And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting down to SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Answer today as we are live here from Starbase Boca Chica. Yes? Okay. Can they now hear me? Cool. Then I will start over again and start with my I hope you all can hear me. And I now see 5x5, which is good. So let's do this. We are here in Starbase Boca Chica live right now to answer the both two most important questions. Will the fans hold together today? And also will they fire 33 Raptor engines today on Booster 9. So let's do this. I'm not alone here today, which is good because otherwise you would only hear my voice for the next few hours. And I'm joined by Alex. Alex, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Really hoping to see some fire today. Hopefully the good kind.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we also have another very knowledgeable person about Starship here, Mr. Trevor Zeshnik. Trevor, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I really hope we see a successful 33 engine static fire today, so yeah.
Let's do this. And also, behind the scenes, making sure that we sound and look nice here, is Mr. Patrick Kuhun. And with that, let's describe the situation here. Alex, where are we right now? What's happening here? Where are we in the countdown? What's going on?
Well, we saw, the whole road closure come up. They have already cleared the pad by the time they closed the road. It was really very well cleared by then. We are seeing right now that chill down process of the tank farm where they sort of load liquid nitrogen on the subcoolers that subcool the propellants for Starship, and also a lot of venting as a result of that as well. And yeah, that pretty much sets up the tank farm to be cooled down to all of the temperatures that they need for that propellant load to start. But before that, they also need to cool down the propellant lines to the OLM, to the orbital launch mount. And so that's going to be evidenced by that usual and traditional OLM vent that we see sometimes. That should last about 50 minutes on average is sort of what we see. Last time for the spin prime that they did on Wednesday, it took about 15 minutes. So that's sort of what we're hoping to see today. And once they are going into propellant load, today is a static fire day. Or so we hope, because we have an overpressure notice, right? So we're thinking that that's going to be just like last time where they loaded the liquid oxygen tank entirely. And they loaded a little bit of methane inside of the booster, right? So we're sort of thinking that it's going to be an hour and a half load of propellant onto the booster until that static fire test. So that's sort of the timeline that we're seeing here. Once that OLM vent start, we can be around 2 hours from that static fire test.
There we go. Thanks for that nice overview, Alex. And also throwing it here to Trevor with the first question here that we also have to answer here, I think, as a starter. 33, yes or no today? Do you think, Trevor, we will see 33 engines today?
In my opinion, so far they've gone through this countdown really smoothly in all of the other tests. Like the spin prime test 2 days ago looked very clean. the first static fire test seemed pretty clean, even though they didn't ignite all 33 engines. So I am going to be optimistic and say yes.
There we go. Alex, what's your opinion? 33 today?
Oh man, I really hope so. I'm hopeful. Let's see. Come on, you can do it, Raptor. Well, in OLM, because we don't really know what happened, right? And so we have that sort of ongoing theory that might have been maybe partially Raptors, partially the GSC. We'll see. But yeah.
Yep. We will talk about that, what we
Mhm.
think maybe happened the last time. So let's get into this. Again, if you have questions about this test, if you have questions about anything regarding Starship, Super Heavy, make sure to tag at NASASpaceflight in chat, that's our name, to get us in a handy little queue here. And once it's in the queue, we will try to answer as many questions here as we can. That's another question about the flow procedure, and I'm starting with Trevor here again. Sinet asking, they plan for a 5-second test again?
So SpaceX has not commented on what this test will be. So we're thinking that it's probably going to be a repeat of what SpaceX attempted a few weeks ago with the static fire that did not ignite all 33 engines. So that would be a 33 engine firing for 5 seconds.
There we go. Let's hope for that. Again, it's not something we know based on direct SpaceX communication. However, it is likely, or at least plausible, based on what we know already, that this might be a repeat of the last test. So we'll see. So there's also another question here about SpaceX communication before this test. Alex, KVM Sweden asking, SpaceX did tweet beforehand how long static fire will be for the last run, right? Any news today? Like, did they already confirm any news for this test campaign?
So far they haven't tweeted anything. We're not sure what they're gonna be saying for this one time around, but we'll just keep our eyes peeled and see what's going on.
Yeah. Let's more see. Huh. Oh, that's a question that I actually don't know the answer about, so I'm kind of excited to hear it. What happened to the red and green lights on the launch tower? Red means clearing the pad, right? Are these lights still, like, I know they're where they're, like, does anybody know here if they're still existing? These pad lights?
I'm not sure, Alex.
I really haven't paid attention in the last few months about those lights. Let's be honest, because the lights is like the last thing that I pay attention to. But it is true that there were these sort of status lights. There were like 4 different colors that they used for that. But I really don't think they've been using them lately. So yeah, probably have been removed or just disused.
Okay, there we go. That's Cooper asking here, since SpaceX let B7 launch with just the 31 engines firing on a static fire, do you think if they get a little under 33, they will proceed with today's test? Trevor, let's start with you here.
In my opinion, no. I find it very unlikely that SpaceX will attempt another launch without having a successful 33 engine firing. So that could either be, it's probably going to be static fire, but they could also just go into a launch attempt. But I don't see it leaving the pad with, fewer than 33 ignited on round 2.
There we go. And also for note here, because if you watched yesterday's Spin Prime and 2 days ago Spin Prime and today's test, you will notice there's a bit of a difference when each tank farm site spools up in terms of the logs farm right now being more active than it was at the same timing in the Spin Prime test. And that comes down to the fact that we expect a high logs load here, right, Alex?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we're expecting today, that they're going to be loading more liquid oxygen. They're going to be loading entirely the booster's liquid oxygen tank, just like they did for the previous static fire test, and also for Booster 7's static fire test as well, for the 33 engine, obviously, because we know already, and you made it that famous the other day, that Booster 7 did many tests. So, but the last one of the 33 engines, which ended up being 31, that went with a full load of liquid oxygen, just like the previous one for Booster 9 as well.
So let's see what happens today, and let's hope. That's another thing. I don't want to have the same long list that I quoted the other day about Booster 9 again. I want a shorter list, shorter list here, please. Less tests. We hope that, and that's actually an interesting discussion point. This might be the last major test of Booster 9, right? Before flight, if we are lucky.
That's definitely the thinking, that this will be Booster 9's major test if it's successful today, and then they'll move into full stack testing, which may include a wet dress rehearsal, we're not sure yet, and then from the wet dress rehearsal go into launch attempts.
There we go. I'm still very curious if we'll see a wet dress. So let's see if they will perform one. Again, there are rockets that don't perform a wet dress rehearsal, right? It's not super uncommon for a rocket to not perform a wet dress before launch. Just because they did it once doesn't mean do it again, but we'll see. Oh, that's one I want to throw to Alex. Cooper asking, do you think the new vents on the bottom of B9 have anything to do with the electrical thrust vector control?
No, I do not think so. That seemed to be like a sort of late moment retrofit that they did, and we think that it is related with purging the area where the engine section, like where all of the engines are enclosed. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Those are the vents that we're talking here about, and it is such a late moment retrofit that, for example, the next booster 10, doesn't have them. Well, it has some of them, and then booster 11. I think doesn't have them yet, because we've seen some of the pictures from when Booster 10 and Booster 11 had been at the Rocket Garden, for example, and you will only see like maybe a handful of these vents, whereas here Booster 9 has 19 of these vents, which we think are related with that purge of the engines enclosures that they have. They have these super more advanced shielding that they have for this booster compared to the previous iteration, Booster 7, right? And that's one of the upgrades for this launch. But because it is an enclosed space, you always have some kind of leak. The leak rate is never exactly 0, right? And so you need a way to be able to dump all of that leakage and avoid any sort of fires in your engine section. Because if you have any sort of fire, then that can be very damaging for your booster. Yeah.
There we go. I want to hit some support here because we already got tons of support here, and again, it really helps us. It really keeps us going here. I want to say thanks to Blushy Boy with $2 super chats asking, is the spaceport Jack ready for his duties? Jack is sadly not here today. So somebody else, well, they will probably elect a new space pope with the Pope event. John Fahey becoming a Red Team member, Calvin Fox becoming a Capcom member, that gives you access to the membership Discord. Silvio Sulo becoming a Padrat member. Beer Time Continuum with a $20 super chat, just saying, woo! Indeed, woo! Troy Robert with 20 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you so much for that. I hope everybody that got that enjoyed that. Dave Johnson with a Padrat membership. Ron Smith with a $5 super chat joining the Patrick fan club. Patrick, you have a fan club. Congratulations. Cats with a 5-team Red Team memberships gifted. Jeff Rowe with 1 Red Team membership gifted. Ellen Reese becoming a Padrat member. Jim Cavett gifting a Red Team membership. Kyle Bray becoming a Capcom member. Tree Griff Garan, I'm sorry, becoming a Capcom member. Swampy New with a £25 super chat asking, do you think that there's any chance of Starship continuing onto orbit if the hot staging destroys the booster? Many thanks for all the coverage, hoping for 33 today. Trevor, want to start to tackle that one?
Yeah, I think it really depends on how the booster gets destroyed during hot staging. Because if it's, just kind of blowing the booster up from the top, after the stage or after Starship is begun its ignition sequence, I suspect that Starship will be accelerating away from the booster quickly enough that it wouldn't do too much damage to Starship, so it could continue on its trajectory. However, if it was earlier and there was damage to any of the Raptor engine bells, then I would have a very hard time seeing Starship being able to deal with an engine or two or more being out.
There we go. Alex, any different takes on this?
No, I do agree that as long as the ship is okay, probably will keep on going. Whatever happens to the booster, it's already away, so
Yeah.
the ship will just go on and don't care.
At that point, they're basically two different missions, right? They're kind of separated from each other. There we go.
Yeah, I tweeted once that super heavy boosters can explode after staging as a treat. After staging, it doesn't matter. The ship can then go into orbit, and we can have a nice show, I guess, in the sky. I wouldn't mind it.
Let's hope. Jawa with 10 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Paul Jenkins, £5. We say you say bacon, but from Wales. How about roast lamb? I have no idea about roast lamb. Actually, I have no takes or have ever eaten roast lamb, so I don't have any take here. I'm sorry. Austin Skirvin with a $5 tips using tips.nasaspaceflight.com, another way to support us, saying, so kind of benign to celebrate 90 degrees weather in the Midwest with getting spicy down in Starbase. 90 degrees weather doesn't sound fun, so I hope I hope it goes a bit cooler for you soon. Henry Correa with $2 super chat. Let's go for 33. Theras with a $5 super chat. Over the last few boosters and Starship, have you noticed improvements in build quality, like with the weld or anything? Oh, like, I would say there is a general improvement in weld quality in Starships and super heavies over like always, but yeah, I don't think
I've
that's...
really noticed, Adrian,
Go ahead.
is in the heat shield and the engine section. That looked incredibly janky on like Booster 4, then Booster 7 looked slightly less janky, and Booster 9's like engine section actually kind of looks like a rocket now. So they've definitely been making lots of improvements.
Yeah, there's always... I agree completely on the TPS. The TPS seems really improved, so I like that. I think on the welds there's a bit of a bias that always happens, because if a ship or a booster rolls out for the first time, you see every time on X, on Discord, the reaction of people being like excited how clean it looks. And then it stands on the pad for about 2 months, and then you notice how it kinda falls into the same area as the other hardware over time. So there's a bit of a bias about new hardware always, because of course it's fresh, it's new. It doesn't have... It wasn't on the stand yet for a longer period of time. So let's that's always to remember, I think, during this. Let's hit some questions here, shall we? Andrew M here asking, if launch happens in September and doesn't significantly damage the launch site, when do you think B10 would roll out? Oh. Trevor, go ahead.
Oh, I can hear the drone.
Oh.
I honestly really am not sure, because as Alex was talking about earlier, right, B10 still doesn't seem to have all of the retrofits that Booster 9 has. Like, obviously it doesn't have its hot staging ring yet. It doesn't have some of the engine purge vents at the bottom of the booster, and I'm sure there are other things that they would need to do to the vehicle. So I suspect it would probably still be a few weeks in between launch attempts and testing for the B10 S28 stack. However, I am not sure.
We'll see. Yeah, certainly. I don't expect it to be long duration. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we could probably see if the pad is all ready to go and things like that. As long as the vehicles are ready, I think we can probably see Booster 10 coming back here within a week or two of that launch. Do a static fire, stack the ship on top, and light it up again. We'll see. I'm probably very optimistic there, though, because reality
Yeah.
is probably going to be way different.
I think there will be at least some inspections. Also, we can right now see the LOX subcoolers at this point very much subcooling, which is by the name and by design. And what is happening here is there's a bath of nitrogen in this, basically, and then there's small pipes going through these subcoolers, which will be used then to subcool the liquid oxygen. So what you can see here right now is the boiling nitrogen after it has cooled something being ejected from the subcoolers. So that's what we can see, and that's a very good sign here because they're bringing up the subcoolers. That's what we want to hear. So let's hope this trend continues. But so far, I would say, I mean, everything looks good so far. Everything progressing well. They really want to get this done fast, it seems, from what I can see here. That's a Starman42 asking, do they purge the hot stage ring?
Hey, that's a good question.
Want to take that one, Alex?
Yeah, because that's something that maybe is happening, because we saw some new vents the other day on Wednesday coming from the interstage, basically from the top of Booster 9, and the thing is, those vents are way above the tank, so they are basically in between the new hot stage ring and between the top dome of the methane tank. So it's like those vents are only for the space between the two domes, the one for the methane tank and the one for the hot stage ring. Why is it that way, right? And the only thing that we can think of, there's another theory as well, but one of them is they are there for purging, like they're doing some kind of purge up there. Additionally, it could also be that they might pressurize that thing, that sort of a space, to make it more rigid or more structurally sound during launch. We don't really know. I think we might be able to see one of those vents in this view. It's like a little tiny pipe coming out next to one of the grid fins. There are 3 of them. I think on this view we can only see 2 of them, and then there's like a third on the other side. But yeah, I believe though that Jack caught 2 of those, like the other vent on the other side. It's on one of his pictures from the rollout of Booster 9, which I think is available for members. A little bit of a plug there.
There we go. Trevor, I'm throwing this question to you here, by Mark Angelo, asking a silly question. What do you guys think will happen if they try to static fire the vacuum engines while stacked? Let's unpack this. First off, do we think that will happen? And B, if it happens, what would happen?
So do I think it will happen? And the answer is definitely not. And as to what would happen, I guess it really depends on, the duration of the static fire, and I would have to do some math to figure out what the thrust to weight ratio would be, because for obvious reasons you would want that to be less than 1, to make sure that the ship doesn't start pulling up on those latches. So what do I think would happen? I suspect that the shielding would probably be fine. It would definitely do a bunch of damage to the booster and the launch tower and whatnot, just from all of that gas needing to escape and the heat being there. But hopefully the shielding to the booster would mostly do its job.
There we go. I mean, in theory, the booster is built to be, right, to be hit by it now. At least that's what they tried to do with the hot stage ring. So we'll see. Cooper Foster asking, have we observed any flooding damage to Starbase after a recent tropical storm? Harold.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I don't recall any damage either.
They rolled out the booster in the middle of the tropical storm, because it actually didn't go right above a Starbase. It was a little bit north from the Starbase.
Yeah, I think around the area around, like, I think Corpus Christi and everything, that got more hit. But the direct Boca Chica got more the outskirts of the storm, but not really like the full power of the storm here. So it was more than It was just a bit of rain, I would say. It looked not really that bad. Again, they rolled out the booster while the storm was out there.
Mhm.
They
If it was good for that.
yeah, we initially joked that they wouldn't roll it out in that weather, and then they did. So that was always. I love when you try to predict something with SpaceX and they try to do the opposite. Then it feels like that it's a constant game. Crispy Bacon asking, what does your spreadsheet see for potential T0? So Alex and I are always discussing this and throwing around ideas. I think before we went live, Alex, we discussed something around like maybe 1 p.m.-ish.
Yeah, it kind of depends on when that whole event starts. As I mentioned before, it's usually about 50 minutes on average, 45 to 60 minutes to get to that point. And to get to the point of like propellant load. And once the propellant load starts, we're expecting it to be about 90 minutes or thereabouts, like an hour and a half, because we expect that liquid oxygen tank to be loaded fully. So 2 hours, 2 hours and a half might be around that once that oil event starts. But prior to that, it's pretty much up to anyone's guess when that oil event will start, because we're seeing here that chill down of the tank farm, and usually it's a little bit unpredictable how long it might take for that to occur.
Another question here I want to hit because I like it. Eddie, for you, Trevor, why are they even landing on the Chopsticks in the first place? Isn't a landing pad besides the tower a safer option?
Yeah, this is a really good question, and it really kind of goes to show SpaceX's design philosophy. And what it comes down to is landing legs are hard. We see on Falcon 9 that it took SpaceX teams many years to figure out how to be able to retract the legs after each landing instead of just taking them off like they used to. So on top of that, it just adds a lot of time to have to deal with landing legs. So SpaceX is hoping to get around that in the long run and not have to deal with it. Additionally, by having the landing legs, if you will, the chopsticks mounted to the stage 0, you remove quite a bit of mass from the booster, which increases your payload capacity. So it's this trade-off of, they want to be able to recover these boosters, but they also want to have as much payload to orbit. So what's a good idea? Move as much of it onto stage 0 as possible.
There we go. And I want to thank everybody who's watching already, because I just saw that we already crossed 10,000 people watching. So we are just in the early stages of the test at this point, and you're already wanting to ask questions here, wanting to watch the event. So thank you all for that. That's really, really cool of you all watching. Looking forward to enjoy the next few hours with you all here. What's the window today? Just quickly answering that, it's 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. local time. It's a bit of a outlier because it's 1 hour later than usually. Usually they do these 8 to 8 closures, and this is 9 to 9 suddenly. Maybe they...
Yeah, 9 to 9 local. You said 9 to 1 on accident.
Oh yeah, sorry. 9 to 9. Yeah, I wonder if that is like somehow related to it being a Friday? Or they just thought they might be ready later. I cannot find a good reason yet, but it might just come down to some Friday regulations. But yeah, Daniel B asking, Alex, do you have selected a barber yet for your haircut?
Well, we'll see. This gotta launch first, and then we'll see. I already have something in mind for the third launch, for some kind of bet for that, but we'll see.
Just to recap, if it launched before September 27th?
23rd, just the end 23rd. of the summer, like proper summer.
There we go. So if it launches before that, Alex said to remove his hair, to go bald, and that's gonna be funny because Alex actually has a lot of hair on his head, so that's gonna be fun.
It's long.
Yep. Team question here, and it's prefaced with team question, so it's a team question. what will be the ideal lift of time from launch table? The first time it looked almost 6-second havoc on the table. So what's your thought here? So basically, how long will they hold this time on the pad before going up? Alex, you go first.
Sure. So I think for this time around, they have already talked about it being a 3-second startup sequence. For the first one, it was a little bit slower. Like they took longer because, as Elon mentioned, they wanted to get more engine startup data before committing to launch. Which is funny because at the end of the day, they launched without 3 engines. But okay. And so this time around, it's going to be half of that. It's going to be 3 seconds. And yeah, I believe for the first static fire of Booster 9, they were shooting for 5 seconds, which might be that they are like doing the 3 seconds before and then the 2 seconds after. Like simulating that without the ramp up, obviously, to lift off and everything like that. But definitely sounds like that's probably what they want to test here. Fire it for long enough to ensure that it can go through that launch commit criteria point.
There we go. Trevor, any additional takes on this?
Yeah, I will add one thing, sir. Alex said they want to, Elon on Twitter Space mentioned going to the 3 seconds ignition. And the other thing that Alex kind of touched on that you have to keep in mind is that part of the reason why the first flight was on the launch table for so long and why it did so much damage is because not only were the engines at 90% throttle, but they were also losing or missing 3 engines. So their thrust to weight ratio was way lower than it would be on a normal launch. So it just stayed on the pad forever. And that's something that SpaceX is hoping to remedy on this next flight by hopefully launching with all 33 engines. I don't know if Elon has commented on if they'll be at 90% thrust again or if they'll ramp up a little higher. And then also having the faster ignition sequence. So between all of that, they should get off the pad much quicker.
Yeah, one of the things that at least we have pieced together from different pieces of data, either from Jonas Perker, for example, and also from Elon himself as well, is that for the first launch, they didn't have the rocket clamped to the OLM. So it was standing on the arms, it was resting there, but it was not clamped, and so it was free to just be going up whenever the thrust to weight ratio reached over 1, right? So once you have more thrust than your weight, you can start moving upwards. And so it looks like they sort of started up the Raptors at a partial thrust below that thrust to weight ratio of 1. And then for launch commit, they just ramp up the power, in the case of the first launch, to 90% power. And for the second launch, we don't know, but it seems like from some of the comments made by SpaceX, it looks like it might be the same commit criteria where they just, start up the Raptors at partial throttle level. We don't know what, like if it's maybe 50 or 60% or thereabouts, but it's a partial thrust level under thrust to weight ratio of 1, like under that 1 thrust to weight ratio, and then they ramp up and that thrust to weight ratio reaches 1, and so it starts moving. And so it starts moving and you see it move slowly. For the first launch, as you mentioned, Trevor, it looked even slower because the thrust to weight ratio, like it had 3 inches missing. So it had to reach an even higher thrust level in order to reach a much higher acceleration of the pad. And so it was damaging. This time around, I really hope that with, the flame deflector and the quicker startup sequence, things might get better for that pad.
There we go. Let me hit some support here again. Again, we are just getting so much support here, and we always try to find a balance because between answering questions, thanking people, commentating what we see. It's a difficult balance, and we're trying to always achieve it. C-Code here with Reti membership gifted. Thank you for that. Laser beam. Oh my god, it's laser beam. Becoming a flight engineer member. Okay, that's the moment where where I noticed that's probably a joke with the name Laserbeam. Okay, that took too long. Bruce with Red Team membership, thank you for that. Jim Cavett with a $5 super chat. Thanks NSF and Team Mods for all you do. Absolutely thank the mods. They are absolutely crucial here, and thank you for that. Strigurov, I'm sorry, for 5 Red Team memberships, and then also we have Izzy with £30. I just want to say thank you all for your amazing work to bring us this amazing coverage. Time for some flamey flames for that launch mount bacon. Yeah, I don't think we have launch mount bacon placed yet on this launch mount. Apparently SpaceX forgot that very crucial and important indicator so far. But we'll see if they maybe do that on a future test. Carl Sargent with a £4.99 super chat saying, "Are we concerned about the new hot staging ring taking the weight of a fully fueled ship?" Trevor, are you concerned about the hot staging ring?
I'm not too worried about the forces on it. That's something that's very easy to simulate on the ground, and we saw them doing testing of those forces at Massey's with the Can Crush Dreadlock machine thing. So I'm personally not too worried.
Yep. Let's. I mean, they probably simulated it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be that confident. Like successful. Retoffer with a 15 euros super chat. The superior currency here. Can you imagine that belly flop and chopstick landing will be certified for cruise? What about a plan B? Alex, do we think they will belly flop and chopstick landing certify for crew?
Well, a plan B could be just slap some legs on Starship and then figure out how to make them survive through re-entry. Yeah, landing legs are hard, as Trevor mentioned before. It is not easy, and we don't really know what's going to be happening, because I don't think at the end of the day they have explained the way that they're going to catch a ship, or whether it's just going to have proper landing legs or something. They are right now at the moment of, look, we're going to figure out re-entry, and then we'll see about the landing.
There we go.
If I remember correctly, during one of the first orbital live streams for IFT1 in April, Kate Tice kept alluding to a landing leg design on Starship, but we haven't seen anything for that. So it could just be that she accidentally misspoke, but it definitely sounds like they're working on something internally.
Let's hope for that, for sure. I mean, that's always the thing with SpaceX. We never know if there's some work internally going on things. They have the tendency to just roll out things suddenly, and then they're there. So we will see. The tanks on the tank farm still seem damaged from the latest launch. Are they not relevant to the operation? Trevor.
So those are just I'm assuming you're talking about on the left of our screen right now, those large vertical tanks. And the outer shells of those are purely just for insulation, so they have the inner tank structure, which is very similar to how Starship is built, except for, GSE. And then they have some insulation in between, and then this outer shell. So the outer shell does not actually contain any of the liquid. So they're not that important. Even though they're dented, they're still able to do their jobs. And there's a better shot. Thank you, Patrick.
There we go. So let's see. More questions. Do you think the ship will be put on the suborbital mount again, ahead of being placed on Booster 9 for spin prime testing? Alex, do we expect any more testing of Ship 25 at this stage?
I don't think so. I don't think we'll see. I mean, hold on. So does it mean? Oh yeah, on the suborbital mount. Okay, because I saw orbital mount in like, yeah, no. I thought it meant, yeah. Okay, so individually, the ship, I don't see it being tested again. I do see it maybe being tested on top of the booster. What about that?
Yeah, that's
okay.
I would say that's a reasonable answer. As you expect a test, but not for itself. That's probably a good call. I might join that. Although I'm still in the camp, no wet dress rehearsal. So I try to make that message. I'm the prophet of the no wet dress rehearsal camp. So we'll see. Do we know the percentage they will fire at today? Asking by New Normac. Trevor, do we know any percentage?
So once again, we have no official communication from Elon or SpaceX about the exact specifics of this test. However, I believe the last static fire attempt on Booster 7, those were all at 50% throttle, and I have no reason to believe that it's any different, so my guess would be 50%.
Alex, any different thoughts on the thrust level?
For today's test, I think they're gonna be pretty much like the last static fire test.
So 50-ish.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Being that they are letting the B9 fall on the ocean, do you think they could attempt to tow B9 in with one of the tugs or boats? Do we think they will recover B9 in any way?
No.
Oh, God, Tara.
Oh, sorry. If
Okay.
Alex can take
No,
it.
you're now spoken. You're now
All
on
right.
hook.
No, I don't think that's the case. If Booster 9 successfully lands in the ocean, SpaceX actually has orders to go sink as much of the wreckage as they can. So with Booster 7, I believe they had some boats ready to go out to the landing zone to recover any of the large pieces that they couldn't sink, and then for any pressurized section, I believe they literally just go out with like some fancy equivalent of a gun and shoot it to make sure that everything is unpressurized and sinks to the bottom of the ocean. So Booster 9 and these boosters are just way too massive to attempt to tow back to port.
There we go. I mean, that's what's the dry mass of these boosters? About 150, 200 tons?
Yeah, like what, 180 I think was the last number we heard.
So that's a lot of mass, and you cannot easily tow that. And again, it's also the question how much of the booster will survive any like potential impact or not.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, we saw right after Cirrus, was it Cirrus 16 or Cirrus 18 that had B-1050's landing failure? When that booster landed, just failed an RTLS, so it landed right in the ocean outside of Cape Canaveral. And that was Falcon 9, which is a much smaller rocket, and even that they had a very hard time towing back.
yep. Let's see. There's a question in general of Raptors can throttling to 40%. Do you know the exact throttle range that Raptors can hit at this point? Where they can go?
I think we haven't seen any sort of number on any kind of new lower thrust or anything like it, but it used to be about 40% for the last time that we heard anything, but that was several years ago, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Who knows at this time? Might not be that different though, because it's really hard to go even lower than that already.
Another question here. How many test flights do you think it will be necessary before testing the chopsticks? Or basically saying, how many test flights before we think there will be a recovery attempt? Trevor?
Oh boy, that is like the huge question now. I mean, of course, it really depends on, especially how this next flight goes and how quickly they can start actually testing descent of the booster. So I think if in 4 or 5 launch attempts they're starting to do more serious testing of the chopsticks, and that would be a huge win. But I suspect the first successful catch is on the order of 10 missions out.
I think it will be less. That's my hope. I hope it's like around 5.
Yeah,
So
it's like
we'll
impossible to guess. But hopefully 5. That would be awesome.
Okay. Let me see. Where does SpaceX get their fuel from for this test? Alex.
They truck it in. I think it's different companies that they use for this. They have a fancy truck there that, Chris Bergen likes a lot, which has a shuttle on painted on the side. And hey, mark your bingo cards. We have shuttle already on the stream today.
Bingo.
But yeah, there's a lot of those coming and going. I don't know the companies off the top of my head, but they truck them in. Normally, when there's no testing going on, like right now, there's no trucks out there, and if they were, that would be a bad thing.
I saw that shuttle tanker, I think. I even saw it in real life when I was there, which was very cool. So, yeah, I mean, it has cryos in it, so it's always cool. But, yeah. Oh, let's see. Have they achieved a full 33 engine ignite in any test so far? Trevor.
This is kind of the really big question right now. So with Booster 7, they definitely never did. And with Booster 9, I think it's safe to say we're not 100% sure, because during the last static fire attempt, John Innsbrucker on the SpaceX stream had said that 4 engines had shut down prematurely, which then seemed to lead to an abort of the entire static fire. So what's not clear, at least to me, is if that means during the startup sequence 4 ignite shut down prematurely, after all 33 had ignited, or like during the ignition sequence. So I personally don't think they have, because I suspect SpaceX or Elon would have mentioned that they had successfully ignited all 33 if they had. However, we do not have any official confirmation either way.
There you go. Thank you. Speaking of 33 engines ignite at the same moment, I want to point out shop.nasaspaceflight.com, where we have a special shirt which we lit the last time they performed a static fire with Booster 7 at that time. So I'm just trying to stall time here while we see this static fire merge here. It is a celebrational design of trying to fire 33 engines at the same time. You can get it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you go to the starting page and you click on that icon, you can not only get it on shirts, on mugs, on blankets, on everything you want. And I think it's a really cool design. I'm actually wearing it right now. I have this shirt on right now. So what a coincidence. And that was not even planned. Of course...
You too? I have it as well.
Wow.
Right now.
And that's like... I mean, we have no reason to do it. It's not like for a plug. We just had it.
Yeah, because it was a static fire day, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna wear it. Why not?
And of course, if you do an order while we are streaming, you can leave an order note that we can read on stream. For example, here we see Patrick trying his best to type something out. What was the best static fire from Starbase so far? What does it say about me with my head instantly went to SN4? It's instantly. Oh, that's not the best. That's just I think it was the first static fire of Booster 7. I like not the first, the 33 engine or 31 engine static fire from Booster 7. That's.
Can I disagree with you, Adrian, and say the best static fire in Starbase was the first static fire of Starhopper?
I believe we have to end this very quickly, Patrick, because the OLM is venting as we speak. So they have started the chill down on the way to the OLM. There you can see it between the legs. The OLM is venting, which means they're now in preparation for propellant loading. They're not propellant loading yet, but they're in preparation to get into propellant loading. Alex, what does this exactly mean? Where are we?
Well, it means that they have already started the chill down process for the lines that go to the orbital launch mount. And so we hopefully will see that vent grow and grow and grow and grow till the last 5 minutes or so. It starts in what we call the waterfall mode. And once that finishes, we'll see that liquid oxygen. That's going to be the indication of liquid oxygen load starting up on booster 9. And I'm currently sort of like based on the spin prime test that we saw on Wednesday. If they do 50 minutes from OLM vent start to stop, then we shall see that propellant load start around 11:20 a.m. Central or thereabouts, which will put us to basically on track for a static fire, hopefully within an hour and a half afterwards, which will be around between 12:45 and 1 p.m. Central.
Yep, there we go. And whoa, I want to quickly hit this one because that's a $50 super chat by Hammer-On. Wow. Thank you so much for that. That's a huge amount of support. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm sorry. I'm always then a bit without words at that moment. I think that we have a person though here on who's very good with words. We had not yet. I'm seeing Copcheck. I'm starting the intro again. Now we have a person here that is very good with words. While I will take a break for a bit, refresh and get some new water and everything. Chris Bergen, do we have you?
Very good with words. That's probably the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. But yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. Yes. Exciting times. Adrian's going to take a little break and you're going to unfortunately got me for a bit. But that's fine because it's a fun day. It's static fire test day. So hopefully we're going to see several things today. We're going to see fire coming out the back of Booster 9. We're going to see what looks like a 33 engine test. We're then going to get confirmation it was 33 engines, which will be pretty fast this time, like last time, where they noted 4 engines that didn't complete the... And in fact, the whole thing didn't complete the 5 seconds, did it? So let's face it. So we'll get a fast information on what happened. And if everything goes well, then it gets exciting again because we can expect Ship 25 to roll out to the launch site. We can expect Mechazilla's Chopsticks to pick up Ship 25 and stack it on top. Then we're going to expect things like the FAA saying, yes, Elon, you can launch your big rocket. That's fine by us. We'll probably see we'll probably see that little... In fact, Trevor, I like Alex as well. I will ask either of you, do we think we'll see the same thing last time where they went full stack, cryo test, but then unstacked it slightly for the FTS? Armin.
Oh boy. I can't remember why they unstacked, to be honest. Alex?
Yeah, they had to destack very briefly for like maybe less than a day to be able to arm the... It's not actually arm them, but it's like remove the safeties of the flight termination system. Exactly, pulling the pins on the flight termination system because they have like that physical safety system so that it is not triggered, and then they remove it, they stack the whole rocket, and once they go into the countdown, that's when they actually arm it. Well, we call it arming the flight termination system because it's like a shorter way of saying that they are safing it, or more like de-safing it, I guess.
You know what makes me ask that question is because Ship 25 is not really the next evolution along, whereas Booster 9 is compared to Booster 7. So I'm wondering if from Ship 28 onwards, maybe they've found a process where they don't have to unstack for a bit to do that pin pulling. I wonder if they'll find a way around it. Because it seems a bit janky. I'm using Trevor's word from earlier. It seems a bit janky that they have to literally pull the ship off the top of Booster just to do that process. I'm thinking for the future evolution of fast turnaround, for rapid reusability, etc., I think they may want to find a way of doing it without having to unstack the vehicle. What do we think?
Yeah, it seems likely to me. And with Falcon 9, these pins are... The equivalent of the pins are pulled while the vehicle is, before it goes vertical. So they don't need to do any, weird destack or lowering of the vehicle. So I suspect in the long term, it will just be integrated into the test flow beforehand once they're more confident about how these vehicles work and whatnot.
Wonderful. I'm gonna run through some super chats because we have a massive queue of them. There's 2 things I can say about that. One is we always do read out the super chats. We read out normal questions as well. We read out everything that comes across. We've got like a panel that Michael Baylor, now with SpaceX, designed for us. And we can take any questions from any realm, be it super chat or normal question or whatever. As long as it's got at NASASpaceflight at the start, it goes into our panel. That's the whole trick there. But the super chats, I mean, they're absolutely amazing. I'm going to start with Matt Hicks because he became a Capcom and he's asking, how do I get into Discord? Do we have a Discord command where it says how to do that? There's two things really. One, it's like a YouTube integration and it basically shows that you now got the availability of the server. To check that's done, it automatically refreshes every hour to show how people who may become a Capcom, like now, within an hour, the system updates to new members and that puts you in. You'll go into a welcome page. If you're still struggling, email me. In fact, DM me on Twitter, in fact, or X as it's called now. And I will help you out. So if you get stuck, just contact me. You know, all contact links on the site. You can't go wrong finding me. And I'm always around. So if you get stuck, do that way. But yeah, the Discord command helps there. There's some instructions on how to do it. Andrew Courier has become a Padrat member. Thank you. Xavier has become a Padrat member. Dale Kirkwood has become a flight engineer member. That is our top level. So thank you very much, Dale. That is a massive level of support. You'll get everything, all the perks. We've got the 4K 9-screen multi-screen in for all members, Padrat and above, right now live. So that's like a perk. You get your name in chat. It comes up obvious as your member. Red Team members, you get more photographs and videos, and there's like a membership area of the YouTube channel, and that's cool because I put all the stuff in there, so I know it's good. So because I put it in there, it's loads of photographs, loads of videos, and things like that. It's really good stuff. And then Capcom is Discord and what have you. But Flight Engineer, you also get your name at the end of NSF Live on the screen, thanking you for your support. So thank you very much for that. Leslie has become a Red Team member. Fernando has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Wow. So has Tom V as well. If you've got a Red Team membership for one of these people, please thank them in chat because that's amazing. Saturday UK has become a Capcom member. Ryan Webber, one of ours. Adrian, Alex, Trevor, and Patrick fan club. You see, he said that after I came on. I'm not going to mention Chris Big. Long live B9, and you're all ready for it. In fact, he said that 25 minutes ago, so I'll let him off. Steve Inman has become a Padrat member. Trent has become a Padrat member. I'm getting these all out of the way before we get to the business end of testing, by the way. If anyone's in chat's wondering, I'm just reading these out. Mustang, will the hot stage dome withstand Ship 25's Raptor blast? Right, that's a question. Let's go with that. Well, I'll start by saying SpaceX wouldn't be reading chat right now going, you know what, guys, we forgot something. This hot stage in Elon wants. We didn't think about Booster 9. Oh, no. What do we think they've done? I think the reinforcements at the top of Booster 9, which are naturally there, for what would be staging events, would be catering up for it. Trevor, any input on that?
I mean, SpaceX has very smart engineers, and like you said, they'll have done the analysis, so sometimes their analysis is wrong, such as the erosion of concrete on the first orbital flight test will show, but for the most part, they're very good, and I think they'll have made sure that it'll be able to survive.
Absolutely. I mean, that's always a question. When a question comes up, and they're valid questions, people go, do you think that'll work? Do you think they've thought that through? You guarantee you that there's hundreds of very talented engineers. People sometimes get confused and think it's Elon basically just running the show. Actually, he is the chief engineer there, but also the team with him are the real stars. We're talking about Gwen Shotwell. There's people like Lars Blackmore, who's really run the recovery of Falcon 9 and now works on Starship. So that gives me hope on the way they'll take what they've learned from Falcon 9 and the successes they're having with Falcon 9 recoveries and implement that with Starship and the booster recoveries. So there's lots of talented people there at SpaceX and they know what they're doing, and that's why you can have an element of confidence, even though SpaceX's methodology is to test, fail, fix and fly again. So that's where they get their experience from. They're not immune from failures because they learn from them. Okay, Nate Saunders, become a Red Team member. Thank you very much. Jeff gifted 1 Red Team membership. Rick K became a Capcom member. Woo! Mark Tilley became a Launch Director member. That's another massive level. You'll also get your name on the end of NSF Live. Rude Lutmere became a Padrat member. William Wellis just says, thank you, NSF, unlike the shuttle. SLS, Falcon 9, Heavy, Crew Launch Platforms, Why no sound suppression system on top of the orbital launch mount platform? Right, let's go through that question. It's about deluge systems here, so let's bring it up. Okay, unlike those other vehicles, why no sound suppression system on top of the orbital launch mount platform? So we're thinking, yeah, Alex, do you want to take that? Because I know where he's going with it, but you might have a better answer for it.
Yeah, I understand that. It is something that I've also sort of wondered myself. I think it probably just doesn't need it. And Elon mentioned a while ago, I think on one of those tourist spaces where he mentioned that they do not need a water suppression system. They only need a deflector system, which is what they use right now. Because he says that the payload is just too far away from the engines. And so whatever it's reflected back on the vehicle, it's going to be so far away from, by the time it reaches the vehicle, it's going to be already dampened by all of the, air in the way and things like that. It's going to be already absorbed. And so I believe the reason why I don't have an actual sound suppression system is because of that. Now, I do believe, though, that maybe one of the future upgrades that we might see somewhere on the orbital launch mount will be that they're going to have some water on top to protect the deck, because, man, that's going to get a blast every single time they launch, and so we'll see. But mostly for cooling, not for a sound suppression system, though.
Very good. Declan Lockley, I'm sorry if I butchered your surname, but wow, that is a huge level of support. 159.99 Australian dollars. That's a lot of money in anyone's currency. So thank you very much for that incredible support. You didn't even have anything to say. You just sent it. That is great support. Really appreciated. Okay, Liz McQuaid has gifted 10 Red Team members. We've got a lot of Red Team memberships coming up here. I guarantee you the vast majority of you are being gifted it. So you've got a month of Red Team and you get to see what our membership's like. And I think it's a wonderful thing YouTube's implemented to allow people who may be massive supporters of this stream. I've said this many times, but you could be a massive supporter of our stream or what we do, our channel, our videos. But hey, let's face it, lots and lots and lots, in fact most people just do not have disposable income to start doing super chats on YouTube. I totally appreciate that. So when you get gifted it, I think that's a wonderful thing, because it's probably going to people like that, and I think it's wonderful. Colin Cleveland asks, without me being political, because we don't do politics and stuff like that here, we do rockets, but thoughts on the DOJ, which is Department of Justice, I think, lawsuit. Yeah, I saw it. BBC News used a really old picture of Starship. It really annoyed me. They used a janky, I'm using janky again, Trevor. They used the old prototype picture of Starship, in the first Elon presentation, which looked like it'd never fly. And they're sort of like, this is Elon's space program. I thought, no, God, please do a photograph of the full stack to start with. Anyway, it's well known. You can't have non-Americans. It's the ITAR rule. It's nothing. I don't know why they targeted SpaceX, because it makes no sense. That ULA is the same thing, and other companies, Lockheed Martin. It's an ITAR thing because it's aerospace technology. It's technically like military missiles kind of technology. So they don't have non-Americans in because of the ITAR rule. So it's a simple thing. So I don't know why they made a big deal of it. Makes no sense to me. And that covers my thoughts on that one. Jan Lambert has become a launch director member. Wow, that's amazing. Fantastic. Joel has done a $20 tip. I'm reading these out as I'm trying to keep up with them. Literally, I'm not just concentrating on this. I'll go to questions in a second, but wow. Joe, I want to support you guys without giving money to YouTube. That's the $20 tip. Tips is a way of doing it. So is L2, where there's no cuts to exterior companies such as Mr. Google. So again, appreciate it, but everything counts. Something of everything is always helpful, so very much appreciated. Justin White's become a Red Team member, and Justin Wayne asks, what milestone do you think will be achieved before work at the Cape will resume at full speed? Good question. We've been talking about that just recently in our recent flyover video. First of all, the focus of SpaceX on the Cape, as far as their future programs go, is the Slick 40 crew tower. We've seen the sections at Roberts Road, and they're ready to roll out to SL40, Slick 40, to be a backup to 39A's crew and cargo Dragon system. So they'll have a second tower at the Cape, and that's the event. If something goes wrong with Starship at 39A, it takes out the fixed service structure and crew access arm at 39A's Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy thing. They've got an alternative pad to use, and that's something that's sensible. But also Starship at 39A, currently they built the tower, they've added the chopsticks, The orbital launch mount is just the legs. There's no ring there. The ring is at Hangar M. Hangar M, is it, Alex?
Hangar M for what was it?
The orbital
Again?
launch mount ring.
Yes, Hangar M. They have so many hangars down there.
They do, don't they? Yeah. So that's something where as soon as SpaceX press the button, let's continue on with developing the Starship tower, they have bits and bats around. They've even got a spare tower, the sections for Starship tower at Roberts Road as well. They've got spare chopsticks there as well. Check our flyover video because there's so much going on at Roberts Road. It shows they can hit the ground running when they want to concentrate on that, but I think SpaceX is rightly thinking, let's concentrate on Starbase for now. Let's get this rocket orbital, and we can start worrying about what we need to launch from the Cape. And that makes sense too, because SpaceX is using Starbase as a development center.
One of the things that I'm very proud of us from not this latest flyover, but the previous one, we saw some of those tower sections for Slick 40 for the new crew tower. And we sort of tried to guess how tall each one was and how many of them there will be in total based on that. 4 of them we estimated, and there are 4 of them. So there we go.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, 13,800 in already. We're not even frosty yet. We're not even in propellant loading yet. So that shows the excitement Starship's got. I mean, we'll never beat the Indian moon landing, which had 8 million watching at the same time. That was crazy. I think that beat some of the football world records as well. They were showing YouTube streaming stats, and it came up right at the top. 8 million watching that moon landing. It just shows there's interest in space. It really is a good time to be following rockets right now, rockets and spacecraft. RC Horseman, one of the best usernames as far as I'm concerned, gifted 5 red team memberships. Thank you very much. Jan asks, do you think SpaceX might try and push the current events leading to this? Hang on, let's read this again. It's my eyesight, not your question, by the way. Do you think that SpaceX might be trying to push the current events leading to the static fire today? Just like lifting a booster 9 was a lot faster than normally, working on optimization. Yes, I do. I definitely noticed that the way they rolled out a booster 9, in fact, it was a whole rollout, wasn't it? The rollout of booster 9 through to getting onto the orbital launch mount was a lot speedier than it had been previously. And that makes sense. They've learnt a lot of tricks with the Mechazilla system, because remember, the first lifts were quite slow. And they had to do that. They had to work out their routines and their programming and all the way to do things. But I would also expect that they will try and optimize the flow at the pad for such as a fueling event and a static fire test. So I would hope that we're not here at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock local time tonight, still waiting for them to fire up. I would hope that we're about an hour or so, maybe 1 or 2 hours away from it firing up. And if it goes well, they've obviously got a lot of the modifications of the Booster 9, and that bodes well for the future flights of Starship. So yeah, I'm along the lines of that. We don't know for a fact, but we've seen it in the evidence of recent flows with Booster 9.
It also seems like on this launch countdown, SpaceX is trying to incorporate a lot of the modifications that Booster 9 has. So like in the spin prime test the other day, we saw for a while that the methane coolers were on, and however there was nothing, the frost line on the methane tank wasn't going up at all. So what we think they were doing is probably loading the large purge tanks under each of the chines. And if I remember correctly, that wasn't something that SpaceX had done in the previous spin prime test. So I suspect that they're also trying to incorporate that into the static fire countdown today.
Very nice. Rough Riders, Ringo the Pelican fan club. Great work, guys. Thank you. Yes, we do have some, especially, I was like, I'm the first person to moan about people giving cranes names. Like, can we all stop calling cranes by silly names? And suddenly we got all these birds and we start putting them as Nightbot commands. And I'm like, damn, I'll fall into the trap. Basil, hi guys, it would be amazing to use the discarded ship to build diners or bars around Starbase instead of scrapping them. That would be really attractive just passing by. Yeah. Wasn't there a plan to send a retired, shall we say, ship to Brownsville Airport, and I think they just sent some flaps. Can you remember what happened there? Trevor, do you remember what happened with the display at Brownsville Airport? I think it was just our flaps.
Yeah. I mean, I know they, like you said, were going to send a whole ship and then probably quickly realized that was not particularly feasible. Um,
Mm.
and was it? I think it was some of the old MK flaps that never got used, but that was
Nope.
a long time ago.
It is SN8's flap. It is
Oh,
tangled and everything because it crashed. The aft flaps were like broken and everything, but the forward flaps, because it crashed like literally almost
right.
vertically. The top of the ship was wrinkly and everything, but still in good condition, good enough condition to be able to be on display. And they took one of those flaps and put it there at the Brownsville Airport.
Right.
Noah Green asks, do you think this flight would still see another one before the year is out or early 2024? Right. I can take this first because the Elon Spaces, Elon's very positive and optimistic and sometimes a little bit over optimistic about the schedule of things related to Starship. Well, on the Spaces he wanted 2 to 3 more flights to after Booster 9, I think it was. I'll have to go back on the quote, but he was definitely looking at more than 3 flights this year. Now, I think 3 flights this year is possible, depending on how Booster 9 and Ship 25 perform, because Booster 10 and I would assume Ship 28, they are along on their testing already, because thankfully they've made good utilization out of the masses. I always say it wrong. The masses test site. I can't get it out of my head, Alex. I just cannot stop saying maces. I don't know why. Anyway, the masses test site is basically they're using it for cryo alerting, cryo proof tests. So that is helping them reduce the flow. We were talking about efficiencies earlier. That is helping them reduce the flow to where we might, let's pretend the scenario here. Booster 9 Ship 25 launches. The launch site is unaffected by, well, relatively unaffected. There's no flying rock tornadoes or anything like that. So they can basically turn the pad around pretty well. They could literally roll out Booster 10 for a static fire test in short order. So that's where we are with this. It is quite exciting to think that the next test of Booster... Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex. The next test of Booster 10 will be a static fire test.
Yeah, we'll see though. One of my main sort of questions for when they come back, like after the second launch, and they start the third launch campaign, is whether the vehicles are going to be ready. Because right now, Booster 10 is on the Mega Bay, getting all those engines installed. We hope that that's what's happening. We haven't seen engines roll out yet, I think. But at some point, we're probably going to see that Raptor Fest, as we call it. And they're going to be rolling out and being installed. But they also need to install the shields. They need to do so much work on that vehicle yet that maybe they launch this and still Booster 10 is not ready. Right? And also, maybe they find out things from this second launch that they might be, willing to introduce on that third launch on that booster. And so that might delay things as well. But in terms of the test campaign, it could be just as easy as roll out, do a quick cryo, for example, just like they did with Booster 9. Spin prime, static fire test, off you go. That could be my guess for the third launch. So yeah, probably, yeah, if they do it right, might have time enough.
Speaking of which, we can just do a quick roundup of where we stand right now, because a lot of people are probably just joining and wondering where they are with the preparations for the static fire test. Right now, we're not in propellant loading yet, are we, Alex? But we're not far off.
Yeah, we're not. We're probably within 20-30 minutes from that start of the propellant load, because we saw that oil event started about 25 minutes ago, and it takes somewhere around 45 to 60 minutes. For the spin prime test that they did just Wednesday, it was 50 minutes. So if we take that as the same timeline for today, then we should see that start of propellant load within 25 minutes or so.
Excellent. The things are progressing like the earlier question asked. Things are progressing quite smoothly. I think veteran tank watchers such as myself and Alex and D. Trevor will remember the test they had to go through with the early static fire tests and the even Booster 7. Let's face it, Booster 7 had 9 lives. It had its downcomer transfer tube squashed at one point. It had the spin prime test that was quite fiery, shall we say, and destroyed that poor hose. They've had some trials and tribulations with these testing, but Booster 9 so far has been very smooth, and I'm sure that is exactly what they were aiming for, because Booster 9 has so many modifications compared to Booster 7. Ron DeVos has become a launch director. Again, amazing support. Rick has become a PADRAM member. I'm reading out support and reading out questions and mixing them up as I can, because it is important to recognise both. Samuel, keep up the good work. Shirt and mug on the way. That's a store message. Thank you very much. I really do. Pauline, Mark, and Adrian, who run the store, they've done amazing work with that. I'm so proud of it. To the point that I spend a lot of my money in there, and I was like, because I would anyway. It's incredible stuff. D.A. Swanson ordered a Core of the Galaxy metal print. That's one of our really good metal prints. It came from Sean recently. An amazing picture of the galaxy taken from Boca Chica Beach, which is an absolutely incredible photograph. And that's now a big metal print you can have on your wall. Tim Cobain has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Chris Way has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Again, that is probably one of the nicest things, where you are giving 5 people you don't know a Red Team membership. And I just find that a wonderful thing. Leslie has said, just a massive thank you from Manchester, England. Yes, that's rainy Manchester, England. It's always rainy in Manchester. That's where I always go on a train and think, yes, it's definitely more wet than Yorkshire. Rick Slivers, just genuine support. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Craig Edwards, become a PADRAM member. Plutonium239 asks, do you think it would be better for the lunar starship to carry smaller star hoppers to land on the moon instead of using the whole HLS? Wow. I'm picturing that in my brain. Let's... I'm going to say no, but let's just play with this. Trevor, do you think it'd be better for the lunar starship to carry a small starhopper to land on the moon instead of using the whole HLS?
I don't think so, and that very much goes against SpaceX's whole philosophy of the best part is no part, the best process is no process. You know, that's adding a separation event, adding a docking event, and all of that, and you know, is it worth doing all of that work when you could just figure out a way to land the entire Starship on the moon anyway? And not to mention, that's capability that we'll want to have at some point, because having the ability to land up to 150 tons on the surface of the moon is going to be what allows for humanity to make a base on a lunar base. So, in my opinion, it's a problem that will have to be solved.
Alex, please don't surprise me by saying yes, it's a good idea.
Ooh, no, but...
Uh-oh.
You know what? That actually gave me the idea. They could have like a little lander inside of the Starship that they could use to hop from one part of the other of the moon. That would be fun. Or even just like backpacks or anything like it for the astronauts. That would be cool in the future once things, get more reliable and everything. Obviously, you don't do that on the first try, but definitely fun to try.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, look, I tell you what, we will never be able to answer all questions. If you do an Arianespace ask a question and you find after the stream that you never got your question answered, it's because it's impossible. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of questions here. Our panel selects just a few of them to read out, and then we still don't catch up with it, so we do the best we can. If you ever have a question you really want to answer in, just go into Starbase Live during a normal time, where there's like only 1,000 people in there, and ask me, and if I'm around, I will answer the question for you best I can. It's just impossible to read them all out. Again, that's just a nice thing, because we've got nearly 14,000 people in here right now, which is bonkers. But speaking of questions, Peter Van Cees asked, do you think they will do a wet dress rehearsal, or does this serve as their wet dress rehearsal? Okay, I'm going to let Alex go with this one, because there's several parts to this, and I'll let you just go with your answer first.
Well, this proves the booster, but not the whole rocket, right? They also need to come in here with a ship and do the whole propellant load sequence for both the booster and the ship, which is interesting. I will point something out, that when they did that spin prime test on Wednesday, we sort of wrap up after the test and everything, and then afterwards they started venting from the tower. It's sort of like they were testing the propellant lines up to the QD, probably to the quick disconnect. It's really interesting. They were probably sort of getting ready for once ship 25 is ready and comes here for that full stack. Definitely looking forward to seeing another full stack, fully frosted on the pad. That's always amazing.
Yep. And Trevor, question for you. Alf Brun asks, if everything goes perfect for the next flight test, will they be able to land recover either the booster or the ship? So that question is probably related to when do we expect SpaceX will have the confidence in saying, let's bring a booster back for a catch?
Right, so Adrian and I were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier, and Adrian said he thinks about 5 flights until they attempt booster recovery. I thought maybe a bit closer to 10. And for ship, I really have no idea. I suspect that SpaceX is going to go back to a landing leg design for the ship, just because catching it with the chopsticks seems very difficult. And as Alex was mentioning earlier, they haven't really outlined how that process would work. So I would not be surprised if they go back to a landing leg design. And as to when that could be the case, I really have no idea. SpaceX first needs to get through stage separation, then they need to get through a stage 2 burn, and then it'll probably take several re-entry attempts before they successfully get a booster or a ship all the way through re-entry. And then once it's through re-entry, then you can start worrying about doing the flip and kick or whatever it's called for the ship's landing again, which, keep in mind, even though SN15 successfully landed with that, it had a failure of pressure in the CH4 header tank, I believe. So they'd probably want to fix that issue. And then from there, I could see them trying to do some serious landing attempts. So there's a lot before they attempt a ship recovery. Awesome.
By the way, there's a few people saying there's a guy on Twitch streaming us. That's EJ. He's one of our friends. He's one of our team, and that's totally allowed. So hi. If he's probably talking over this, but if he's not and he hears me talking, everyone say hi to EJ SA on Twitch. Also, a question from Mr. Vidpass, which is a play on a question earlier about the hot staging ring. Asks, if the hot staging adapter is structurally sound, could we see a similar holes between the booster tanks to save weight? Right, first of all, the structural side of things is where I want to go with this. Masses, I said it right this time, is where they tested what was classed as B11 hot staging ring. Whether it was for boost 11, we don't know, but it had B11 on the actual label. They tested that at Masses. And obviously it passed because of the rolled marks. So that's something where they've got the current configuration, the confidence in it, I should say, with the current configuration, that a vehicle will be fine. Will they then apply that again to other parts of the vehicle? I don't see any need for that whatsoever, Alex. Unless you do, I can't see them needing to... First of all, needing to reduce weight because this is the world's most powerful booster by a factor of 2. Mm-hmm. And secondly, you might just cause major problems.
Yeah, I do agree with you.
Very good.
It's also worth noting that the booster and ship both have common bulkheads, so there is no room between the tanks that you could put holes in to save weight, because it's just like one continuous structure.
Exactly.
AFSS555, a fantastic username, asks, would they need to use the throttle higher than 50% to simulate the launch, or isn't that the purpose of a static fire? So we're talking about the target here for static fire tests, this one being 33 engines at 50% of rated thrust. Can we delve into why they go for 50%? Past the obvious of not wanting to fire 33 up at 100%, but maybe Alex, can you expand on why they go for 50% with these tests?
Yeah, well, we sort of explained this a little bit before, that for the launch they sort of fire at partial throttle, and then the whole rocket is not clamped down for the launch attempt. excuse me. And so, hold on. Boy, oh, there we go. So it needs to throttle up, and once it throttles up and that thrust is higher than its weight, then it starts moving up and lifting off because it is not clamped during launch. So I believe that's sort of what they're testing here. That partial thrust, that few seconds before that liftoff happens, to simulate perfectly that. And also, if you think about it, there's not a ship on top, right? The booster is it's going to have its liquid oxygen loaded completely, but its methane tank is not going to be fully loaded either. So it's going to be a partial load. And so if you think about it, the clamps are going to, we believe that they are going to be closed for this summer or for this test. We sort of see those configured for these static fire tests. But not here, I mean, but we usually see them configuring them and everything, tweaking them and all of that. But yeah, it's sort of in that same vein, that because it is that way on the launch, you test as you fly, as they say. So that's how it goes.
And just a quick status look at this great view we've got here from the camera looking at the orbital launch mount. A lot of people asking, is this waterfall? I think, Alex, you can explain where we are with this, because we're not into propellant loading yet. It is a lot of venting, but maybe you can explain what we're looking at, and people are getting confused with waterfall.
Not yet, but we're close. So as I mentioned before, that oil and vent starts, and that's the chill down of the orbital launch mount propellant lines. And it starts growing and growing and growing and growing. And there's a moment where you see it like cascading, like it's a waterfall coming down from the orbital launch mount. We are not yet there, but we are really close. You can see that it is much more stronger than before. We're probably, again, if it's 50 minutes, just like on Wednesday, we're probably within 10 minutes or so from that oil and vent stopping. So we're maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes from that waterfall mode.
Excellent. And that answers a question from Tom Brown, who asked, could you detail the loading process from start to load? Pretty much what Alex just went with there, so that worked out quite well. Starship Stew asks, is Ship 25 finished its closeouts? If you look at the link I've pinned in chat, that's the latest article written by yours truly, Alex, which does actually have photographs of the top end of Ship 25 where the main closeouts are taking place. They take off the lifting points from the, in fact, there we go, got a live view at the production site. They take off the lifting points from the top of the nose cone on the ship, and they've done that, and they then replace it with TPS tiles, and they're in the process of doing that. So it's not far off. There's no long pole, no long lead item where Booster 9 static fire test takes place, and then they're twiddling their thumbs for days waiting for Ship 25. Ship 25 will be on target for any rollout should the static fire go well. So that's all looking good. And, of course, we're at a net, which is no earlier than, that's what it stands for, of September the 8th. Whether they'll make that date is questionable, but it's definitely looking extremely hopeful that we're going to see a launch in September, providing today's test goes well. Again, you've got lots of things that need to go right before that happens. As far as the FAA is concerned, we've not really heard much from them, but we never do. All indications point to that not being a massive problem right now. I think by now Elon might have been at FAA. Oh, we can never launch the cadence we want to because we're waiting for government legislation or whatever. So far, it's all looking quite good and quite positive on that start. So, you never know. I think we are looking pretty good, providing all goes well for a September launch, and that's exciting. One more. In fact, more support. I'm going to read this out because it's an incredible amount of support we get, and it is appreciated. And by the way, we do put everything back into what we're providing you. All these cameras you see, these are all our cameras. A lot of them are on land we've literally bought in South Texas, which was a massive expense back in the day when we first started doing that, and a gamble, to say the least. So it's all worked out. So we have literally put everything reinvested back into it. This is a lot harder to do. Now, if you're a YouTuber and you're just doing commentary videos, that's still an editor you got to buy, pay for. You've still got to put the work in. So it's still work. It's not being derogatory about the amount of work to do. But when you actually start doing original content like we are, and some other channels are doing as well, that's a lot more expense. So when we get super chats, we're not sitting back rolling in the money. We are literally putting it back into what we're providing you. It's just an important thing that I never appreciated before we started doing this. And thanks to people like Daz and Patrick and Kevin and all these producers and all these people with the technical side, Sean and Jack and all these people who run all these technical things. It's an incredible amount of work that goes into this. I went long-winded there, so I apologise. You get the idea. Thanking Dave, who says, is Boca to be more than a test area in the future, or do you think they will just stay SpaceX testing facility? For things like Stubby RVAC. Stubby nozzle's the best nozzle. Elon said at the last time he did a overview in person at Starbase that Starbase will be their test and development center. So that would be why they'll be launching their evolution of Starship and the booster from the test site. Now, there is the potential they could get a license to launch more times from there, and they could add a second tower. That's still in the back pocket of SpaceX, shall we say. So there is a potential that Starbase could be launching quite a lot more than, say, 5 a year, which I'd be fine with, by the way. 5 launches a year from Starbase would be wonderful to cover. But the big launch will be from the Cape side, where they've got 39A. They'll soon, hopefully, have towers growing out of LC-49 and maybe one other site on the Space Coast. And then may even have a tower in the future from the West Coast at Slick 6, which they've acquired from ULA. So that's something where we can see lots of launches taking place without needing to put the pressure on Starbase. Trevor, do you want to expand on that as far as what Starbase's role is in the long term, both from a launch standpoint and from a development standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I think you covered it for the most part, that SpaceX doesn't really see a future for Starbase for launches, and I think that's for several reasons. Like, most notably, it's just not as good of a launch location as the Cape is. You know, the launch trajectories that you can launch at are way, way, way more limited than from the Cape or Vandenberg or any of the other major launch places. So yeah, I think, like you said, it's just going to mainly be development, testing out future hardware, testing out new versions of Raptor, all of that, and then they can take what they learn there and implement it onto the vehicles that they'll build at the Cape, Vandenberg probably eventually, just for Jack, and all of their other build sites.
I remember a controversial note from you on a previous live stream where I also added, and Starbase will have the production capability to be supplying not just Starbase, but also the Kennedy Space Center by barging them from Port of Brownsville to up the Banana River to the turn basin at KSC. And you said that might not be a big thing because by then Roberts Road might be on. Do you want to expand on that? Because I then left with a fascinating question that if that becomes the case, where Roberts Road picks up the pace and supplies the Starships for KSC, why had I got 3 megabays at Starbase? Where do you see that overall?
Yeah, I mean, my comments are mainly just that transporting a ship, and let alone a booster, from Boca Chica to the Cape seems like it would be extraordinarily difficult, because either you transport them vertically, in which case, you know, they're tall, their center of masses is still fairly low, but you have to deal with them on the ocean, massive ships and whatnot, or you take them horizontal, in which case you have to have them pressurized the whole time. You have to add other support to make sure that they're able to lay pressure, lay horizontally and all of that. So I just feel like it's probably easier for SpaceX to, you know, just start work on the high bays and mega bays at Roberts Road, and then from there just produce vehicles. And then maybe, you know, they can ship, if they really wanted to, like individual bulkheads or grid fins, or the engine plate like they do to Starbase. So then, as to your question of why do they need so much building capacity in Boca, I think it's just, you know, these vehicles, they take a long time to produce, and even if they, in the long run, only launch, you know, say a dozen missions a year from Boca, which I'm just making that number up, I didn't get it from anywhere, you know, they'll still need a lot of storage space both for reuse boosters and for producing new boosters and new ships. So
It wasn't really controversial. I just loved the idea of being able to go Space Coast live cameras watching boosters arrive down the turn base because we've got a camera right in front of it. I just want to see that, and I think Gav would be absolutely overjoyed with the prospect of tracking a barge with a booster on top, just going through, just going up to Florida. But yeah, it's a fascinating scenario because the fun thing is the future of Starship is not unlike the Falcon 9 boosters. If you look at the Hawthorne factory floor, if you could, by the way, because you're not really allowed to, they're not going to do a live stream from it. But I remember the days where they had lines of Falcon 9 boosters lined up. And that's not the case now because they are literally reusing them. These are flying up to, what's the record now? 16 flights? Alex?
Yep.
Yeah, I try to thank you.
2 boosters.
That's the crazy thing. And the future of Starship will be where they've built a booster and it will fly multiple times. So they don't really need that production capability because we're reusing them. But that's the long-term future. And that's why I find fascinating about the whole thing of reusability. Something that Rocket Lab, by the way, let's give Rocket Lab a shout out. They've not only started recovering their vehicles from splashdowns, but they've actually reused one of the engines they've recovered now, which is the first company to do it other than SpaceX. That's incredible. Unless you want to include Shuttle, but that's not really fair comparison. Also, right, well, that's like Ryan. Ryan gifted fire.
You know what?
Oh, hello.
I
Yes.
think we are on that waterfall mode.
Good,
That
very
looks
good.
a lot like waterfall, which will mean all event might stop really soon, and that will be the start of the liquid oxygen load.
Wonderful. Well, Alex, you please interrupt me if you see that, because I will just talk for England otherwise. Kevin, I put my teeth back in. Kevin has become a Red Team member. Thank you. Padrat member, thank you very much. Burninator, can you do a rundown of what we're looking for and when the key points are leading up to static fire test? Alex kind of came up with that earlier. This is where we are right now, though. We're waiting for this waterfall to stop. When this stops, that means the booster is being propellant loaded. So that is where we can start getting really excited because we'll see the frost line rising, and then we'll get to the point where we start getting close to what will be a static fire test. We'll get some indicators, by the way, with the static fire test, such as the Fire X firing up and also the water deluge system firing up this time as well. So that's where we get a lot more clues before the engines actually light up. Barry Wood has become a Red Team member. David, Yorkshire Tank Watchers. Hey, nice one, David. Thank you very much. And Trinity has become a Red Team member. Thank you very much. Lord of Mishki asks... Oh, Mishkioff? See, our panel cuts the username up if it's too long, so that's why I sound like an idiot when I'm reading out people's usernames. How fast can the chopsticks move? I think they need to be quite fast to catch the booster. Okay, so we've seen the chopsticks in action when they're doing lifts of boosters and ships for on the orbital launch mat and for full stack. We have yet to see how fast the chopsticks can actually move in the event of catching a booster during its landing burn. I don't think it needs to be much faster, but Alex or Trevor, I'll let whoever talks first can take it because I don't know who will probably have the best answer for this, but do we think they can move even faster than we've seen during the stacking? Because the booster itself... Oh, has it stopped?
I think that's the stop of the oil vent. There's a lot of venting in between, though. We'll see if it clears a little bit. It looks like it might have stopped.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's the start of the liquid oxygen load onto the booster. That's a really great sign. I still haven't seen that because the other side, obviously, it's the liquid methane side. But she'll start, in a few minutes. It's usually not at the same time, but it is usually approximately at the same time.
If I can ask Patrick for a close-up view of the orbital launch mount, I will. That might be very helpful. There we go. Thank you, Patrick. That was fast.
Yeah, we should see some frost on that liquid oxygen tank within 5 minutes or so. It's usually the time it takes for that to appear.
Just to recap for people, because we're now up to 15,500 people in the live stream. When they start loading onto the vehicle, what is the earliest they could static fire test from that point?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually went back and look at the first static fire test that Booster 9 did, and it took about an hour actually. I was thinking before that it was going to be 1 hour and a half, but it actually took about 1 hour. I have even here the numbers. It was the OLM vent stopped at around 1:05 p.m. Central Time, and the static fire happened at 2:08 p.m. Central. So 1 hour and 3 minutes. That could be sort of the timeline that we see today here, with a static fire within 1 hour from now.
Wonderful. And that means we're getting to the business end of things, which means you don't need someone like me on when it's the business end. So I will hand over back to Adrian. Oh, hang on, Alex. Got something to say first.
Liquid methane load has started. I can
Very
see
good.
those subcoolers going off.
Wonderful. And on that bombshell, I will depart and I will hand you over to the capable hands of Adrian. Thank you, and speak to you later.
Speak to you later, Chris, and thanks for holding the castle here for an hour. So let's hit it. Yeah, we have propellant loading, which is good. So we might be about 1 hour away from a potential 33 engine static fire off Booster 9, which is very exciting. So let's make sure that we cover every single step here. Alex, I mean you're at this point our resident countdown expert. You so eloquently did this for the boosters. What's the next steps here? What are we expecting now over the next hour? What's your expectation?
Well, we're gonna see that liquid oxygen tank getting frosty. A few minutes later, we're gonna see the same for the methane tank. However, the methane tank is not gonna be fully loaded. We're gonna see just maybe a couple of rings of frost, whereas the liquid oxygen tank is gonna be fully loaded with liquid oxygen, sort of weighing down that booster, adding more mass to keep it down. Now, on the other hand, last time around on that last static fire test, we saw them loading also something else. Let's say they loaded liquid methane. Those subcoolers on the liquid methane side that I talked before, they go off. They have like a sideways vent, and they basically were active for like 25-30 minutes for that test to load that liquid methane. They stopped, and then a few minutes later they started again, but there was no more methane being loaded. We didn't see the frost line increasing or anything like that. So that sort of made us think that they were loading something else, and that something else, there we go, that's the sideways vent that I was mentioning before. That is the indication that the methane is being loaded. When it stops, it sort of means that there's no methane going on into the booster, but they can also load other things through these subcoolers. In particular, they sometimes load liquid nitrogen, but also, as I was sort of trying to explain before as well, they might load something else. And what's something else they might load on the booster when they're trying to static fire? Well, they have those new purge tanks that we think they are for, basically for purging the engine section. And when we saw that for the first static fire test, those subcoolers were going for about 20 minutes that second time that we're running. So it might be that they load those tanks at that second time. And we actually saw those vents being used during the static fire test as well, which was very, very cool. So hopefully we see all of that being proven today again, which again, more things to make this booster really, really safe. Because if you avoid any sort of fires on the engine section, then maybe this puppy can fly all the way to stage separation.
Yeah, it's thought that the booster is literally carrying its own fire extinguishers, which is kind of really cool.
I believe they're starting to get frost on the liquid oxygen tank.
It's there's a Vandenberg between us and the booster right now. I also believe I saw a frost ring, but can somebody increase the wind here a bit? Yeah, there we have a frost ring. Quick, we'll look at it before it's gone again. But there's a frost ring. It's gone. Yeah, that's always the funny thing with tricky wind conditions right now, because the wind, for our taste at least, is a bit too low. It's we like a bit more wind. We like a bit more things that can push away these condensation clouds. So sadly, we have a very chill day. Also, speaking of chill, we can now see one of the pipes already going. one of the new, purge area pipes, kind of.
Yep.
So, yeah, everything progressing well. And again, what we will see today, what we didn't see on the Spin Prime, is the fast fill. Because on the Spin Prime, they didn't really get into this fast fill. That we will probably see fast fill today, right?
Yeah. Today we're going to see that. There's going to be a lot of venting as it is fueled, as the liquid oxygen starts getting loaded and loaded. We mentioned this on some of the past streams that if you start loading liquid oxygen, the volume of sort of like gas that you can have above gets lower and lower and lower. That means the pressure goes up, right? Because of all the relationships between different pressures and whatnot. It goes up and up and up. And then what is that sort of venting from the booster? That's new.
Let me... Huh. Was that at the top of the chimes?
Is that from the purge tanks? That would be
that's the purge tanks, right?
Yeah, because those chimes, the ones on the left are the ones that have the sort of the ones closer to the tower are the ones that have those tanks that we're alluding to, the purge tanks. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. The thing that I was trying to say is that as you load the propellants, as you load the liquid oxygen, there's less and less room for the ullage, and so it increases the pressure, and you have to release it. And so you're gonna see that release of pressure gradually as they load and load more liquid oxygen. That doesn't mean that they have to stop. That doesn't mean that they have detanking or anything like that. It is not that. It's just progressively reducing that pressure as they keep loading more and more liquid oxygen.
There we go. How powerful is Booster 9 with all 33 Raptor 2 engines firing? Oh, that's a tricky question because it probably relates to today, but also in general. Does anybody here have the numbers in hand of like a full thrust Booster 9 static fire or like flight? If they go all the way to 100, and then we can tackle if they do that.
So, right, Raptor 2 has about 2.3 meganewton, or a little under 2.3 meganewtons of thrust, 230 tons, and 33 of those. So you're at a little over 75 meganewtons of thrust on the booster. So a lot. So if they're running at 50% throttle today, then you can expect roughly 38 meganewtons of thrust.
And again, the question remains, A, how much will they do today? Probably 50. And the second question that is remaining is, what will they do for launch? Because on launch they might also go to 90. So it's a bit of a trick question because this booster might never go to 100% thrust, depending on how it goes.
Yeah, I personally think that they're probably going to try to launch it closer to 100%, like maybe 95% or if not 100, just to help get it off the pad quicker. However, Elon and SpaceX has not said anything about what the thrust will be for this launch attempt.
There we go. Michael asking, does SpaceX have lights and cameras inside the booster tanks? Alex, do we think they have cameras inside this vehicle?
Yeah, we know they have cameras inside of the vehicle because we've seen on previous times for the ships though that they do have cameras inside of the tanks. We saw them sneaking one of those views. I think it was on the SN11 stream flight. I think it was, but yeah, we've also seen shots of inside of the. Well, not super clear shots, but through the screens that appear on mission control. And we actually have some video talking about what's the stuff that we see on some of those shots. Maybe some mod can link that in chat as well. It's one of those DAS explainers. But yeah, it's really nice.
DAS explainers.
Exactly, DAS explainers. DAS explainers.
I believe at this point we can call this fast fill, right? I've looked at this ring and it's rising so fast. You can basically see it climb.
Yeah, we could be minutes away also from seeing that frost appearing on the liquid methane tank. because again, we're not expecting it to be fully loaded, that methane tank today, but it's going to be full enough that we're going to see some frost on it, right?
Yep. When do you think we will have the first Starship night launch? That's an interesting question. Trevor, what's your thoughts on that?
I suspect once we get out of these test flights, where they can launch basically any time since they aren't going on some orbital trajectory, and into launch where they actually care about what orbit they're going into, that's when we'll start seeing some night launches. Because for now, I think SpaceX just wants to launch at a time where it's light, both in Boca Chica for the launch, but also in Hawaii for the re-entry if they make it to there. Because it just makes it a little bit easier to track the vehicle. You can see more, better launch viewing, all that. So probably a bit out from a night launch.
And there's a follow-up question here that I will first throw to you as well, and Alex can tackle as well. Follow-up question to the night launch question. Do we think it will be more or less bright to a spectator than SLS?
My gut feeling, as someone who's never seen a rocket launch in person, is that it would be quite a bit less bright, just because of those two solid rocket boosters on SLS are known for being very bright, and methane doesn't burn super bright, so that would be my guess.
Yeah, it's, I think you could really see it well on the Chinese Sukhoi-2 flights and the pictures that were provided by that. It's hard to see the flames sometimes. It's not that bright actually compared to other rockets and other fuels. So let's see. Marty made wasn't Starship supposed to be scaled up in size after the prototypes proved an acceptable reliability? He recalls Elon talking about that in the first presentation. Alex, do you recall anything like that?
Scaled up. Well, back then on the very first presentation, that was the interplanetary transport system, right? It was 12 meters in diameter. It was already upscaled compared to this version, which is 9 meters. He has talked so many times, so many things differently, different things of upscaling, of stretching, and things like that. We'll see when we get there.
Yeah. And just to add to that, it would at some point require significant hardware rework. Because at some point, you will hit the limit of the tower. I think we have a frost ring on the methane tank.
Yep.
Yep. That's a frost ring on the methane tank. That's liquid methane. That's the good stuff. That now is in the upper tank of the booster here. So, I mean, we are really progressing here. This has so far been an exceptionally smooth countdown.
I suspect we're gonna see that frost line increasing for about maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops, and then it'll stop, and then they're gonna do that load of the purge fluid as I mentioned before.
Yep. So we will see what happens here, but of course methane makes the test exciting, right? It's always, if you only have nitrogen, it's like it's a cryo, it's cool, it's okay. But once you get methane and liquid oxygen, that combination, that really makes a good test. So we are here. Let me see for some good question. What liquid is used for the chilling of the OLM lines? Is it nitrogen or O2? Alex, do we know that?
Nitrogen, it's nitrogen, yeah.
It's usually used for these chill downs, right? Go. That's... What does fast fill mean in this case? I can take that because I tend to use that name a lot. Basically, I learned that name from SLS. But also Starship has this situation where at the beginning they fill this tank kind of carefully, kind of slow. And at some point, probably when the tank is cool enough and has been in a certain pressure, they go into a faster fill mode, where you suddenly see the liquid oxygen being filled at a much faster pace. I think it's about a ring every 5 minutes, if I recall correctly. So it's pretty fast at this point. You can see it basically rising. How the liquid oxygen rises up the tank, and that's these fast fill options where they are going faster and faster to really fill this up.
And it's worth noting, we expect the fill rate for full stack to be a little bit quicker on this full stack, correct? Because we've seen SpaceX install additional CH4 and LOX pumps.
Yeah, I actually should think we should time that at some point and look at if they're increasing pace. There should somebody do a spreadsheet for this. These vehicles are all unique and like a test article. I didn't really tell now, but did SpaceX publish something like a serial number production? That's an interesting question, especially in the context of Falcon. Trevor, want to take this question about serial production versus prototyping? It's a lot to unpack here, I guess.
So I'm guessing what they mean by serial production is like what block each ship is. Similar to how like Falcon 9 has several subblocks, right? There was Falcon 9 V1.0. And then there was a planned block 2 of that, which then got canceled because they moved on to Falcon 9 V1.1, which then had 2 subblocks, and they moved on to V1.2, which of course has had 5 blocks. They're on block 5 right now, and they're going to end there. So if that's what you're asking about, then I think they're just too early to start worrying about blocks yet, because as you said, every vehicle is very different. So I think you could probably go back and on ships and boosters and assign some equivalents of blocks, like how ships 8 through SN8 through SN15, I want to say SN12 maybe were fairly similar, and then later ones had newer Raptors and whatnot. But SpaceX has not published anything on that, and I don't think we'll get there until, this is a more operational vehicle.
Yeah. I also like that we just could see how the logs is a bit like there's movement in the logs and the liquid oxygen in the tank, because you could almost see how the line on the tank moved a bit. That was really cool to see. Again, it's liquid oxygen in there. It's literally liquid. So that's kind of cool to see. We had to hit the fast food question. How much does weather affect Starship in general? Alex, do we already know the weather envelope for Starship, and if it's less or more than Falcon 9, or like anything about the weather in Starship?
We don't really get to know that kind of stuff. I think we can guess that it is probably very conservative at first, and like for these first few launches and things like that, and for testing, but we don't really know how much, what is the wind, the shear, the direction, and things like that. Whether they have constraints about lightning and things like that. They obviously probably have constraints like that, but obviously we don't know what the constraints are, obviously.
There we go. Richard asking, if they can't get all 33 engines to ignite simultaneously, what is the problem? Trevor, do you want to go on this speculation train of what maybe happened with last static fire?
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting conversation to have, and one that Alex and I have had many times behind the scenes, and we've also talked about a bit on stream. And the observation first started out with, after the last static fire, a lot of the comments that you would see were, wow, these Raptor engines don't seem that reliable, when they had 4 of them that didn't work properly during the previous static fire test. So the initial thought is, blaming the engine. However, I am not fully confident that that is the case, because, right, 4 Raptor engines aborting early on a 33 engine static fire is roughly 12% of the engines. And on a ship, a single engine is roughly 16%. So because it's the same engines that are being used on the ship and on the booster, you would expect that they would have similar failure rates in ignition or premature shutdowns. I don't really want to call it a failure. But that's not what we see. We see SpaceX is able to get through these Starship countdowns and static fires and not have any problems. They've gotten the ship testing campaign to be very smooth, both with Ship 24 and Ship 25. So that leads me to think that it's probably not the engine's fault, and is instead probably something on the booster. And to back that up, this is only the second full booster that SpaceX has produced. Because Booster 4 doesn't really count since it was an old iteration, and then Booster 7 was the first with 33 engines, and this is the second. So to me, it seems probable that they're just working through some plumbing issues, perhaps some software issues, to get all of these ignited. And on top of that, there are plenty of changes in the ignition sequence between Booster 7 and Booster 9. So it perfectly makes sense that they could have had some aborts thrown during that process. So I'm not at the point of being worried about engines failing or not igniting yet or shutting down prematurely. But I really hope that they learned a lot from the first static fire, and today they're able to get all 33 running for the full 5 seconds.
There we go. Thanks for that answer, and I totally agree. It's too many coincidences that really point into the Raptor QD system being the culprit and not maybe the Raptor engine itself. That I think it's too many coincidences and too many hints that point in a direction. And at some point, if you have so many hints, it probably is that. Right? So
Yeah.
at some point, you just get very confident in an idea because it just fits what we have seen. So we'll see. Let's see. I can't remember where I heard it, but wasn't there last at least the speculation that the 4 engines not igniting was caused by a common cause upstream of the engines? Again, we don't know. It wasn't really confirmed. There was not a statement by SpaceX saying, "Hey, this is what happening." So we are just speculated, and I think Trevor very much summarized it in a very eloquent way to where we are. And as long as SpaceX is not going on the record and giving us like a report on what happened in static fire, we just have to go with that.
One thing that is a big indication of that, if I may add real quick, is after the static fire, right, the booster got rolled back to the production site mainly for the hot stage ring installation, and it didn't seem like they did that much work on the engine section, when on the orbital launch mount we saw that scaffolding went up and there were workers on it. So I'm inclined to agree with what Adrian was saying about the spin-up process.
There we go. Speaking of, I don't have a good segue here, but I want to talk about shop.nasaspaceflight.com, where I want to show you something, what I really want to promote here. And that's a metal print that I think is really, really special and cool. If you go to our metal print section, which is right now in the carousel at the top, there you go. We have a special metal print by Sean, the one at the beginning, which I think is really awesome. It's that's a lighthouse in Mexico, I think, below, which you can see on this metal prints, and it really shows you like the Milky Way and such a beautiful sky above Boca. And I think it's an amazing print to have in the store. I really love it. I want to have that. So I'm Jack in the back channel saying that's Pharaoh Baghdad on the what we can see the light. And again, I think it's an amazing print. And again, if you buy our prints, a part of the earnings also go to the photographers. So if you want to support our photographers, buying our metal prints is probably the way to go. And we have other metal prints, for example, like the amazing Delta for Heavy, which is an amazing rocket, and not the Atlas you're clicking on. The Atlas is also a beautiful rocket, but not as beautiful as Delta. It's the second best ULA rocket. That's the best ULA rocket. Nope, that's Atlas again. But anyway, but once you're in the checkout, you can also make sure to leave us a message that we can then read on. And Patrick will probably do another message here, where we always are excited to see him type, because seeing Patrick type can always be a big experience. Falcon Heavy, bigger.
Oh,
My god, you make a dollar sign. Yeah. No, that's a wrong statement. We would like to have factual correct statements here. If that would be possible. But either way, that's a way to make sure you support us in a way and yeah, get something in return. Well, it's always a cheesy line we throw around, but it's really the truth. You support us and you get something. Not even that cheesy. It's true. So shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you so much for this. And Alex, I think you have breaking news for us, right? Because every time I today
Yeah.
talk about the store, something happens.
So you can see there that those subcoolers for the methane side on the right have stopped. You don't see that sideways fan that we were seeing earlier. That means that the methane load has stopped on the booster. That's the most amount of frost that you're going to see today on booster 9 for the methane tank. The liquid oxygen tank will continue being loaded up to the top of the tank, basically. But methane is going to stay there. Now, we do expect those subcoolers coming up again, probably in a few minutes, for that load of the fluid for the purge of the engines. So maybe we'll see that soon.
I want to point out that somebody is mentioning Delta 2 as the best ULA rocket. I think there's a ULA part that needs to be a bit discussed here, but overall, yes, Delta 2 is amazing because it has the best blue. Let's see. Alex, where does this put us? How close are we?
Well, right now it looks like the liquid oxygen tank is maybe 1/3 full, right? And so we're probably about, I will say maybe, because we're 20 minutes since the OLM vent stopped, probably another 40 minutes or so until any static fire test. That's my pure guess here.
So we might be about 10 minutes away here from the siren?
No, 30 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I was
Yeah, 'cause I
totally
said
making
40.
math wrong. Yeah, I was 20.
The other
For
way
some
around.
reason, my brain was like, 20. So, sorry. Yes. Half an hour. So, we are looking probably at the test around between 12:45 and top of the hour. Somewhere in that range, maybe a bit earlier even.
12, yeah, but by 12:45 I could see that static fire, yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Let me also thank some people here. Elokit becoming a Capcom member. That gives you access to our Discord channel, so thank you so much for that. VV Steve with a €5 super chat. Hello from France, NASASpaceflight, and thank you all for what you do for us. Hello neighbor, I want to say here. And also Mason Hasman with becoming a launch director. That's a high level of support here. And also Walter becoming a launch director here. Thank you both so much. That's really generous support. And again, if you get access for that to the membership Discord, make sure to join us because we always like to have more people there that join the conversation. Let's hit some more questions here, I would say. Happy FPV asking, how much weight does the frost add to the rocket? Trevor, is the frost a factor in the weight of the rocket?
I mean, of course it adds mass, but compared to the mass of the vehicle and the propellants and the engines, it's nothing important. It's not huge at all.
And it also, like, most of it is basically kind of already going away as soon as the rocket ignites, right?
Yeah, it would actually be interesting to do some math to try to figure out the approximate mass of what's on there, but I don't really know how thick it would be, so I don't know.
Yeah. So, yeah. Alex, there's a quick question here about siren. What does the siren mean? Alex, what does the siren mean?
Yeah, that's part of the sort of the notice to the villagers at Boca Chica Village. Part of the preparations before this test includes the county sending them an overpressure notice. This is basically a notice telling them, hey, SpaceX is going to do things that might, if they go wrong, they might result in some sort of explosion or something like that, right? Obviously, we don't want that to happen, but they need to alert them in the unlikely scenario that happens. And so that's the overpressure notice. And They alert the people again 10 minutes before the test by sounding a siren. Now, the thing is, in the last few years, a lot of villagers have already sold out for their properties to SpaceX. Mary's is still there though. She's still there, and there's a couple more as well. But the police lately is like, look, you already know that there's gonna be a test, right? So the siren is usually like a quick whoop, and then it just like, yeah, okay, you already know that the
I
static fire test
fulfill
is
the
gonna happen.
regulatory necessities of this notice, and done.
It's
Yeah.
also hilarious how huge the margin of error is on the siren. Like sometimes it's on the order of 100%, where it's 20 minutes or more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we had 20-minute sirens, we had 4-minute sirens. They can be all over the place. Or as Chris mentioned, there were times where there was not even a siren at all. It's sometimes it's sometimes just not happening.
And it is important to mention that we will not hear that siren here if it happens, because we really don't have audio down there at the village. But maybe maybe Mary is there, or some other people here from NSF as well, and maybe we can see if that's possible. But we don't really have a way to hear it here on stream.
Since we are slowly moving into the very, very crunch end here of this countdown, let's make sure to recap what we actually see here, because people have joined. We're getting more and more people who are watching. So I want to make a quick note here of what is happening here today. We are watching Booster 9. Booster 9 is the next designated booster to fly a Starship integrated flight test. And this booster is right now undergoing its second static fire attempt. The first one, they aborted 4 engines and had only half duration, which apparently prompted a repeat of this test, which they are now performing. This is right now the fueling stage of this test, where they are filling the vehicle with methane. Actually, they have wrapped up filling it up with methane, and they are still filling it with liquid oxygen. As soon as both are at the level they want it, they will make sure to pressurize and chill the engines, and everything is ready. And then they will fire hopefully up to 33 Raptor engines below this booster. We are in the later stages of this countdown, and we believe this test might be is probably less than an hour away. So that's doing it for a recap, right? I think that's pretty much everything important. So
Yep.
Let's see. What speculation do we think they will aim for today's test? Is Disney Lover asking. Trevor, let's start with you. When is what do you think is the duration?
I'm guessing that it's just a full-on repeat of the test that they tried to do a few weeks ago. So that was 5 seconds of all 33 engines, and what we think is 50% thrust. So that's my guess for today's test.
Alex, what's your guess?
Yeah, I think they're gonna be doing probably that 5-second test that they missed last time around, because it was 2.74 seconds last time. They sort of had that aboard. So my guess is they're gonna try and repeat it, like just carbon copy of that. Hopefully the result is not gonna be a carbon copy. It's gonna be way better, and hopefully all 33 engines.
Also, I want to point out here, apparently I said liquid oxygen earlier. That's of course wrong. It's meant to be loxygen, which is the correct and technical term. Please always remember to call it loxygen. Let's see. Oh, theoretical question is fun to talk about, but totally not talking about the doom scenario. What will happen if the hot staging ring collapses when the ship is full of fuel? Will the thing explode, or will it be a huge cloud? That depends if there's an ignition source. If there's an ignition source, like a flare stack, then we will see a huge boom. If there's no ignition source, then you would just see a cloud. Although I think a lot of metal collapsing probably already might be close to producing like a spark or something. I'm not sure there. But
as Elon would say, excitement would be guaranteed.
Yes, I think excitement guaranteed is totally true here. How tall is the booster now with the hot staging ring, Alex?
Well, it was about 69 meters tall plus 1.8 meters of the ring. That's about almost 71 meters. It's probably 71 meters if you round up, because it's like 69 and 69. Like 69 was before with like a little bit of a rounding error there, so it's probably 71 now.
Okay, there we go. So around 71 meters is the booster. And the full stack is 121, right?
Yeah, it'll be 121 now. His ship is 50 meters tall.
Which is the tallest rocket in the world, right? Sorry, like, there's no other rocket right now that is taller.
Yeah, I believe it's like basically the largest rocket of all time in every way.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
It's the heaviest, it's the tallest, it's the most thrust. Probably,
Yeah,
it's basically
most
beating every
payload.
single metric. It's kinda insane if you think about it, how tall this thing is. I mean, the booster is like, the booster alone is basically a Falcon 9, right? In like how
In
tall
height.
it is.
Yeah, and way wider.
Yeah, it's completely crazy. It's
I guess
such a
with
big vehicle.
with the hot staging ring, I guess it's actually a little bit taller because Falcon 9 is 70 meters tall. So
Wow, so with the hot staging ring now, a super heavy is taller than the whole Falcon 9. That's
yes, and Falcon 9 is already a very capable rocket.
yeah, it's one of the most capable rockets on this planet. It's already very high up in the most capable rockets on this planet scale. And then there's Starship.
Yeah, it's next level.
Absolutely. Dugong asking, will Starship need the ground tracking dishes again before it launches? Alex, what's your take on these ground tracking dishes?
Well, they have removed them, but they might have other ways to communicate with a vehicle. So I'm mostly sure that they're gonna use it. Yeah, that you can see that there's no tracking dishes at all. So we might have them. You know, they might have any other they might have any other ways of actually doing that with other kinds of antennas or something like it.
There we
By the
go.
way, we just got confirmation from SpaceX that they're in a static fire countdown right now.
There we go. So I mean, we already knew that they're probably in a static fire campaign, but it's good to see SpaceX, and I want to give props here to SpaceX because in the past we have been calling them out for not communicating a lot about Starship, and they're doing it now. Every single major step of this test campaign so far has been tweeted out or X'd out, has been
No,
communicated. Yeah, tweeted.
Tweeted.
We're staying with that. So yeah, I like that. So yeah, and also I saw this question here. I didn't have it in the queue yet, but I want to answer it. So, Trevor, why are they loading so much liquid oxygen for this test? Because they don't need this much, right?
No, they do not need anywhere near this much, and you'll see that the vast majority of this will be offloaded back into the tank farm. However, as we were talking about earlier, right, today's test will produce, I think I said, 39 or so meganewtons of thrust, assuming that it's at 50% throttle. And that's a lot of thrust. And one thing that liquid oxygen is it's very massive. So by having all of that mass on the first stage, you can reduce the forces on the launch clamps and everything, since the acceleration up will be significantly reduced. So yeah, and that's the reason why they don't do the same for methane, is because in the case of an anomaly, you don't want to have more methane than you have to have. So they just load as little methane as they can, but then all of the locks to get that weight in the booster.
Oh, that's a fun one. Predep Boscal asking, quick futuristic question. Who will be the first NSF team candidate who will be flying to space? We are Dragon, Starship, or Orion? My money's on Jack. I don't know. If there's a person that I see yelling while going onto a Starship, I think it would be Jack.
Can you
That's my
imagine him
prediction.
floating bacon next to him? That will be amazing.
Yeah, it's I think I don't see anybody else. I think that's my prediction. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Yes, Jack confirming. What happens if SpaceX loses connection with the rocket for a sustained period of time and can't reconnect? Alex, how dependent are they on communication with the rocket?
Well, they don't really need to communicate with the rocket to do anything else. Like, they don't really need to send any command to the booster. The booster, all the rocket entirely. The whole rocket is autonomous. It flies autonomous, and even the flight termination system is autonomous. So you don't need any sort of human from the ground with like the red big button pressing the button and everything. They already have that for Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 is completely autonomous. Even the launch countdown with the fueling, they usually say like launch aero sequence has started, and it's an autonomous process. It goes, and loads the booster, the second stage and everything. So yeah, and so a similar thing happens here. There's no like some person with a joystick, Kerbal Space Program style or anything like that. So if they cannot communicate with a vehicle, it's gonna be a pity because they're not gonna get that sort of telemetry back down to the ground. But it is not like they need it in the sense of sending some signal to the vehicle, because it does everything by itself.
This is actually a misconception that I had for a while, was how automatic flight termination system worked. I kind of assumed that it took a lot of data, like whether they have communications with the ground, how the vehicle is performing and all of that into account. But it seems like it's very much just, it has some predefined flight corridor, and if it leaves that flight corridor, then instantly the flight termination system is automatically used, when I thought that it was a bit more complex than that.
As you said this term instantly, I kind of did like the quotation marks with the latest flight test. I was like, oh, the flight termination system is used instantly?
The charge is fired instantly.
Okay, yeah. The vehicle destruction just took a bit. Let's say it like that. I want to quickly address this because this has coming up, because if you remember early streams, we had a timeline on the left side. And I know people, and I see people asking about it, why we don't have that anymore. That comes down to the fact that it's actually not that easy for us to go by milestones sometimes. Look at this test, for example, versus the Sprint Prime test. The tank farm sites spooled up in different orders. You have different timings on when everything spools up, spools down, turns off, turns on. It can be a bit tricky. And if we display such an information, we want to make sure it's accurate, it's correct, and it basically is something we stand behind. So that's the reason why we are communicating it, but not easily displaying it on the left side in case we might just display something that is just wrong. There we go. Will SpaceX also put water-cooled plate on the concrete where the tower will catch the booster? I do not think so, right? Alex, want to take that one?
I'm not sure if they will do that, because it will come down with just 3 engines or so. It will not come down with all the 33 engines, so it probably doesn't need water cooling or anything like that. Maybe the concrete is good enough.
For a moment I thought I saw the grid fence moving, but I think I just imagined something. But yeah, sorry, that was just me being like, sometimes you see something on the side of your eyes and you're like, did I just see the grid fence moving? But I do not think I saw them. Does anybody know what the ratio of methane and LOX is when the Raptors are firing? Seems that methane is less than LOX, but does anyone dare to say some numbers? Does anybody here have some numbers of the mixture rate of Raptor?
If you give me a sec,
You want to take that? Oh, okay. Well, I do remember it was around 3.6 in terms of mass. like 3.6 times more liquid oxygen than liquid methane on the Raptor.
There we
So,
go.
I believe. Are you sure it's 3.6? Because I'm seeing 3.8.
Well, that would be quite a lot.
Yeah.
That would be
I need
oxygen
argument
rich.
mode.
Or is it fuel rich? No, it will be
Hmm.
oxygen rich, right? It will be more oxygen rich. Yeah.
This is the moment of the conversation where I'm totally just expecting one of you to have a smart answer, and I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but somewhere in that range. And I'm sure it's changed on, Raptor 2 compared to Raptor 1. So what Elon has said in the past may be out of date.
And again, it's sometimes a bit hard to find reliable information about Raptor because they sometimes have multiple tweets around. Man, sometimes the numbers on the SpaceX website are not the same as some numbers that are tweeted. So it's always a bit of a tricky of like which version you're talking about, which development steps. So we have to just sometimes go with some numbers that are around. Let me hit some support here before we go into like the final crunch end here. We have David Wolf with a $5 tips using tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Re-hot staging. What prevents a detonation when the Raptors are starting up and initially output a perfect mixture of methalox, filling the space and then ignition happens? Huh. I like this question. That's a good one because I don't have a quick answer for this. Yeah,
That's a good question, definitely.
They basically eject a perfect mixture ratio of
But-
methalox, right?
I'm thinking because they're probably talking about how it is enclosed inside of the interstage and things like that, right? What prevents detonation when the Raptors are starting up and initially?
Yeah, basically igniting because
Yeah.
we see this gas flow before a Raptor ignites, right? And that
I'm
gas flow is methalox.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that probably the fact that it is in a vacuum, because at that time hot staging is like almost near vacuum conditions at 70, more or less 70 kilometers high up in the atmosphere. So it might be that it just escapes through the vents, and so that avoids the sort of detonation. That's my thoughts there.
There we go. So let's. Yeah, I mean that's the answer we had, but I really wonder about that. I think it's a very, very good question because that might be an interesting part of this design because you don't want to have an explosion there. If you're igniting Raptors, it's probably built to sustain some sort of energy, but we will see. I'm really excited to see this hot stage ring and work, and we might in just a few weeks from now, if they get to that point in the flight, of course. That's the other part of it. What's the button on the first ring that doesn't seem to be getting frosty? I would like to have a camera on it, but well, yeah, Vandenberg happened.
I think they were
button?
talking about the
Not
access
sure.
hatch.
I think it's the
Yeah,
access
that might
hatch,
be
yeah.
it. Yeah.
It's an access hatch. The answer is it's a hatch that can be, like, it's sealed. And actually, it's not something that you can just easily open. It takes some time to open. But that's the access hatch, how SpaceX workers get inside of the tanks. If they, for example, need to enter in, need to look at the transfer tube. Because there's a transfer tube going down the LOX tank. And if you need to look at that, you need to go inside the tank. So that's one of the reasons why they go do this tank. But that tank, that area is of course right now sealed. That's not open. You cannot fill the LOX tank otherwise. Eric Dietrich with a $4.99 superset. Speaking of tracking, any signs of the tracking dishes being re-erected and where? So far, I think we have not seen a sign of them being re-erected and where. Refed with a gifted Red Team membership of 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. Peter with a store message. I always wondered what the night sky would look like from Boca Chica. I have an idea what they got from the store. based on this message. And it indeed is the core of the galaxy metal print. Enjoy that a lot. Richard with a store message. I need a new blankie on my chair to keep warm in the winter. This is Methane Man. Oh, so that's Methane Man, and Methane Man got from the store the Raptor Static Fire 33 blanket. Thank you for that. Caesar with a store message also asking a question here. When do you think we will see humans aboard Starship? Thank you for all you what you do. Trevor, when do you expect humans to fly on Starship?
I think there are 3 different ways to answer this question. The first is, when will we see them in space with, on like HLS, what could be the first, or, you know, a Crew Dragon docking in low Earth orbit, which the next few years seems likely. When do we see them launch on Starship? I see that as a ways out. I think if they launch humans on Starship within the next 5 years, that would be a huge win. And then when would they re-enter people on Starship? I have no idea. That's hopefully also, you know, around 5 years out, but that's kind of a scary thought.
There we go. Yeah, it's really, seeing humans on a vehicle, of course, always is very different. I hope we see Starship over the years mature enough to carry humans in a safe way, because that's the most important part about human spaceflight. Mr. A with a €5 super chat. Thank you for your fantastic job. Hi from France. Another person from France. Thank you so much. Alec with a store message. Thank you for the awesome coverage. Here's to a successful static fire and eventually launch. And they got a store item, which is the new retro Starbase merch. Thank you for that. Martian with a £10 super chat with no message attached. Thank you for that. Renato with 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you for that. Music Duck with $11 and saying, what do you think all will happen to the fence? I think it will tip over again. I do not think that fence has any real chance to sustain the static fire. The last time it basically has no chance. We cannot see it right now. Oh, we can actually see it barely, right? There in the shot. And that fence last time was kind of pushed away by the static fire. So we expect that probably to happen again. Unless that suddenly is a reinforced fence. But we will see. Again, I said at the beginning, one of the biggest iWatch items, will the fence survive? Big sustain, big pressure vent there from Booster 9 for a moment. We see these vents from time to time, right, Alex? Where the booster vents a bit.
Yeah, it is normal, as we mentioned before, as they load and load liquid oxygen onto that tank. They need to evacuate whatever, you know, gas they have on top, because the volume is reduced, and that means the pressure goes up, and so you need to release that pressure. Sort of basic thermodynamics in that sense.
There we go. Another question here by Nikki asking, how will Starship maintain fuel at cryogenic temperatures for long durations, especially in orbit for tankers and deep space missions to Moon and Mars? Trevor, how will they do that? Do we know?
I mean, that's the kind of the million-dollar question, and that's right, something that SpaceX has been given NASA funds to research. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to insulation, and that's what's makes the header tank so incredibly useful on Starship itself, that you have this area that is basically completely separated from the rest of the vehicle, so that should stay very well insulated. And then
I want to point out. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I want to just point out, because you have maybe noticed we now have a T- timer that is displayed on top left. That is a rough estimate based on SpaceX available information, and do not take this as a fully 100% accurate by the second. We believe this is a net timer for when the static fire might happen. So we are less than 30 minutes away from Booster 9 static firing. So that's why we now feel confident to display this timer, which was now counting down to a possible net of the static fire. So we are in the final minutes.
Yeah, and as always, there could easily be holds and whatnot on that. So, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I'm really like this is always an exciting test, and we should also point out a static fire test is not without risk. A static fire test is totally something where you want to be careful, where you want to look at all your sensors, all of everything, because in the end you're producing even on half thrust. This is on half thrust already an enormous rocket. So this is a lot of thrust to handle. So let's see how this goes now with the next minutes. Again, if you have any more questions, make sure we
If
make
I
sure
remember,
we ask them. Go ahead, Farah.
if I remember correctly, Super Heavy at 50% throttle with all 33 engines is a little bit less than SLS's thrust at liftoff, with all engines at 100%.
I believe you're correct with that. I'm also remember this. It's like a bit less than SLS, which already makes it like on half thrust. This rocket is almost would be one of the biggest rocket of all time. Already.
Yeah, it will be about the same thrust as the Saturn V, so it's really powerful.
Bonkies. Are we expecting a 33 engine static fire test? Yes. We expect a 33 engine static fire, or at least an attempt to fire 33 Raptor engine. I think paraphrasing it like that is probably more accurate.
Yeah, they're gonna attempt that. We'll see if they actually get 33.
Yep.
Hopefully they do, though. I do want them to. Yeah, I hopeful that they're gonna get 33 today.
Pokely asking, do you think SpaceX will eventually construct a second OLM and tower at Starbase like the launch animation? Alex, do we think that's still in the plans?
It might be. It's just that, those things take time, even from a regulatory standpoint. But even the hardware, it takes so long to build one of those things. That it's a very complicated setup here. But once you have it, you can hopefully reuse it multiple times. We saw that the first time around, though, and that didn't go well. But hopefully with a flame deflector plate, that'll change. Okay. Are you muted, Adrian?
Yes, I was talking while muted.
There you go.
Before we thank you. Before we go into the final moments of this countdown, I want to make sure that to remind our members that you have a special way to watch this with a 9 POV multi-view in 4K. Every of our members can go to their channel, to the NSF channel, and open the member multi-view, and that's why you see all of these 9 cameras in glorious 4K, and can look at whatever you want during the ignition sequence. So I just wanted to make sure to point that out. For every single member on the channel, you can access this, just as a special service for you all. And let's see. So I don't want to hate like these super long ongoing questions anymore, because we are already below it. Again, we would be about 10 minutes away from potential siren. We probably will not hear it today. And they are probably wrapping up LOX loading very, very soon, right, Alex?
Yeah, we are expecting that LOX load to wrap up in a few minutes. They're already... The frost, it's almost at the top of the tank. And so we shall see that LOX load to wrap up in just a few minutes. We'll see that comeback of the OLM vent, and we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. We are very, very, very close here, and it has been a long watching stream so far. Certainly not a short one, but I'm looking forward to finally see this test, hopefully, if there's no abort. A Raptor abort wouldn't be the first time we see it, but they have been becoming quite rare lately. It feels like there's been less Raptor aborts recently. They tend to, if they go this far, also get to firing. So let's hope. Do you think that Starship will ever dock to the ISS? Alex, do you think that will ever happen?
Oh boy, Starship docking to the ISS, that will be a really a really great thing to see for me because I'm a fan of Starship. I'm a fan of the ISS. But oh man, yeah, the whole weight issues there will not be good. I think the OLM vent has returned that comeback that I sort of alluded to before, so that indicates the end of the liquefaction load on booster 9.
There we go. So that means both commodities are now fully loaded to what we expect to be on flight level, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, not for flight, but for the static fire test.
Static fire. I'm sorry. Sorry, I just wanted to make a flight happen here. I want to make absolutely clear, we don't want to fly today. If there's a flight today, that would be very, very bad. This is not expected to be a flight. This is expected to be a 33 engine static fire. I am very sorry. Okay. I'm planning to see the second Starship launch. Will it possible to see it from the highway by the production site, Trevor? That would... No, right?
No, that's within the exclusion zone. I believe... Yeah, I don't even think many of SpaceX employees are allowed to be there like they were for the suborbital test flights, so... I think the best bet is, from what I know, there's like Rocket Ranch and stuff on whatever island is north of the launch site, I can't remember. But I believe we're releasing a video soon on this, so keep your eye out.
Yes. Absolutely, the North Island is South Padre Island. There
That's
are also
right, thank you.
very good ways to see it there. So, yeah, just to give my perspective here, because I was there for the first launch, you're not anywhere close Boca during the flight. This is a big exclusion zone, because this is a big rocket. You don't want to be super close to this. And, yeah, you cannot be at the production site. SpaceX will enforce a soft and a hard checkpoint and basically clear the whole area. And probably, I would say, one of the best ways to watch it is South Padre Island. It's relatively close. You also get a very nice arc while basically the rocket flies from the center to your left. So I think on the beaches of South Padre Island was where a lot of people watched it, and I would probably go into that direction. So, how large is Starship compared to the ISS in size and mass? Does anybody have these numbers quickly? I don't want to make this a big investigation session, but do you have like the internal volumes to compare it?
I do
I'm not fully sure. I do know the size of like the ISS is about 400 meters, but because it has the solar panels and everything.
So, yeah, but they're probably very close in internal size, right? And in about the same ballpark.
Yep.
Which is cool because this is just a rocket. This is not even a space station. I mean, it could be a space station in the future, but right now it's just a rocket. How long do you think it will be until we see Starship launches from oil rigs, Trevor?
A very long time.
Do you think they will even pursue that plan anymore?
Maybe eventually, but I think they were just a little bit too optimistic with those, and you know, this is a hard problem to solve on the ground, let alone a rig in the middle of the ocean. So I'm sure SpaceX will be able to do it eventually, but I don't see a need for it for decades.
How many times have the OLM legs have been repainted thus far? A lot. But to give context here, these OLM legs are, it's kind of normal to repaint them from time to time, because they are not only like protection against the energies from static fire, they are also probably corrosive protection, because this is very close to the Gulf of Mexico. So you have a lot of things you want to protect from for example, the salt water, or the air, salt in the air, which can be bad for your infrastructure. So that's probably the reason why they repaint these all the time. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out as we are getting closer and closer to this test. How does the launch exclusion zone at the Boca compare to the Cape? I don't have any idea about that. That's maybe an Alex question, but I'm not sure.
It is about the same. The only difference is that usually for Cape launches, the trajectories are different. And also the sort of land exclusion zones, for example, are also different because of the different locations. Yeah.
There we go. And let's see. Alex, what would we expect as the final signs before the static fire?
I will expect first the FireX system to start up as well, and then that deluge system probably going up. But yeah, we'll see.
There we go. So, what will be the first booster and ship prototype to use the Raptor 3 engines? So, we know Raptor 3 will be a thing at some point, but I do not think we know like any serial number or anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is something where it's a very long ways out, and I don't think we'll see Raptor 3 on a vehicle for probably around a year, given that it took SpaceX quite a while to go from Raptor 2 on the test stand to, Raptor 2 actually being used in Boca. And in that time, I have no idea how many prototypes they're going to build, so I'm going to guess it's around a year out. Maybe a little less.
We can probably guess from the current production cadence, and I think it would be around like high 10 digits of booster, like B17, 18, 19, and around that. Like that would be what I would right now expect for potentially debut of Raptor 3. But we will see. Did the Saturn V pad need rebuilding after each launch? I have no idea about this. Does anybody, if you know, if the Saturn V pad needed make significant rebuilding after every single launch?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, they had several mobile launchers, right? So I would assume that being able to do some launches in parallel was advantageous. I would assume that it was fairly substantial work that needed to be done.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's a powerful rocket. I think every powerful rocket in the past at least needed some major inspections after launch. I'm not even sure. Okay, now I'm not sure about the shuttle, but I probably can direct this question to the back channel if there's like major refurbishments that have been done from the for the shuttle between launches. So yeah, I have no idea for that. So I'm directing this to the back channel and see if there's somebody with an answer. Is there still an old deluge system or just pad deluge system? Okay, SpaceX basically uses two kinds of. You will see two things that will spool up here. You will have the FireX system and the main deluge plate system. And the FireX system is mainly to get rid of the gaseous bubbles below the mount to make sure that there's no gas buildup here. And the deluge system, of course, is to protect the steel plate and the infrastructure and everything. That's basically the main way to suppress the energy. So, yeah, this is the things we are watching out here for right now. We might be very, very close here. We'll see how long it will take for them to get ready for this static fire. Will SpaceX have to build another launch site to keep up with Elon's proposed launch cadence? Alex, do you think there will be more launch sites built up?
Oh, FireX.
There we go. See you on the other side. I'm gonna say right away, that was close to 5 seconds, and that seemed more powerful than the last static fire. I believe we just had at least a more successful static fire of Booster 9 of... We will see how many engines we are waiting here for. But we're hearing here full duration. Apparently this test was full duration. So we will see what comes out of this. But initial feedback, initial feeling, this looked good. Like, this was much more force, this was much more power than the first test. Trevor, what's your initial take on this?
Yeah, this looks really good so far. That definitely seemed like maybe even a little over the 5-second duration that we were expecting. The pad seems to be in great shape. You know, the vehicle didn't immediately depress, which is always a good sign. And like you said, it definitely looked and felt more powerful. So I'm optimistic that was all 33 for the first time ever.
Yeah, I'm very optimistic about this test. I cannot explain it. Maybe it's a bit of unrational observation, but it was a full duration confirmed. So that means we had probably not more than 3 Raptor engines aborted. So that's good. And it looked like power. It looked powerful. So yeah, we had a very cool. And also I want to give a shout out to Patrick, because these scene transitions during the static fire were perfect. I was very much enjoying that. Great job, Patrick. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, the deluge is still running. It's we have seen that in the past, that it takes a bit of time to be reduced, but from what I see, I don't see any damages or anything to the concrete, right? I mean, that's the next thing we should talk about and look at if we see any damage.
No, the whole pad looks to be in really good shape from what I can tell.
That's good. My most important question though is, and I'm not sure if we can yet confirm or deny, is the fence is gone. I think the fence is in there, and it's not doing great.
It's a defense measure, I guess.
Yeah, fence is certainly not doing great.
You got defensed. And there goes the depress, as usual. I think it is a depress I'm hearing.
So, that's a depress vent. That's about the time we would expect for a depress vent to happen. I'm very optimistic here. I cannot stretch this enough. This looked good. Like, very promising. Alex, what's your take on this? Well, how do you feel?
It really looked like a really good test, a healthy test, full duration. That was a good thing to hear as well. So, I mean, definitely better than the first time. I'm all for it. You could say I'm fired up.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real. This test, full duration sounds to me like this might be enough for clearing it for launch. If you get a full duration test, you're probably good for launch. So, yeah, I'm excited. Next up, of course, here will be the saving of the vehicle. Again, they use most of the liquid oxygen as a counterweight. And this will now be detanked slowly as they save this vehicle over the next hours. And yeah, I mean, this was a very smooth countdown. It's from start to finish. They basically hit a lot of targets. They probably moved a bit faster than Alex and I were expecting. They fired without any issues so far looking. I mean, this was an impressive Starship countdown. I would say this is one of the most impressive booster countdown so far. What's your Trevor? What's like? I wonder. I'm kind of waiting for SpaceX right now to tweet because I want to see what they say.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's crazy that was only 50% throttle.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, it definitely seems like they'll be good to move into, launch countdown after that. It'll be curious to see, because SpaceX hasn't said yet if it was all 33 engines. It certainly looked like a lot of engines to me. So hopefully they'll tweet out at some point today, exact test duration and exact engine count.
And again, we know from the flight at least that the engine out criteria is not more than 3. So if they achieve full duration, the expectation is that they had between 30 and 33 engines running. That's I think, the safe expectation. So yeah, and I want to make quick mention. Yes, we are already working on replays. We will try to display them to you as fast as we can. So stay tuned with us here. We will make sure you see the replays very soon. And of course, I want to mention here a very special store design while we wait for them. And that's the very, very cool Starbase retro merch that we've recently up. We have not only have it on shirts, but we also have it on, for example, XXL mouse pads and everything you want to have for your retro collection. I really love this design, and I want to make sure that you all see it on shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And with that we are getting ready for maybe some replays in a bit. And SpaceX is moving now to save this vehicle because you don't want to lose your vehicle in a detanking process now, as it performed so greatly today so far. And
yeah, and the pad seems to have held really well this time around. There were some comments that, well, the first test was half duration, so that's why it held up well, because it didn't actually stood the whole test or whatever. Well, now it's been full duration, and I see it's more or less good. I don't see anything bad on it. You see anything else, Adrian? Good to me.
I kinda wanna ask, if I'm not sure if Patrick is right now available to do that, because I know he's also working in replays and everything. If we can zoom on the legs, if that's in any way possible.
Enhance.
So, yeah.
You gotta say enhance.
That would be very cool if we get on because the legs are like our easiest indicators on if they're, and yeah, they look as expected, I would say.
Oh, I'm seeing something.
Oh,
look at the tower. It's not the legs, it's the tower that I'm looking at. You see that black cover on the right? It has like a patch of grayish.
Yeah.
That is the cover for the cryopipes that go up the tower from the tank farm. There you go. Oh, nice enhance. That's because people were talking about enhance in chat. Yeah, it looks like that's probably the most damage.
Yeah, it looks
perhaps, but it's really superficial. It's just like the paint on there. So it's not really that big of a deal, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it's
really
big of a deal either. It almost looked like a painting of like a dinosaur. I see a dinosaur there. So yeah, but the legs itself look good, and also I didn't see any concrete on the ground or steel plates on the ground, which is of course what we want to see, because we don't want to see, for example, parts of a steel plate below the all-M. That would be bad news.
You know, you said that, and now people are in chat saying what they think it looks like. It
What do you
looks like
think
a
it looks
frog. It looks like an Ewok.
I mean, it looks like an animal, I think. I cannot unsee it.
Space
It's,
bear.
It's like
Oh,
I hope
Among
they
Us.
keep it. Give it like different colors. It's not an Amogus, Chad. But yeah, it's like looking at the OLM from this perspective, you don't see any like things that look off on the steel plate, which is good. We don't want to have anything that looks off on the steel plate. So that's pretty good. A hedgehog standing up. Okay, I cannot unsee that. Yeah, there we go. We can only see the most damage I see from this is the fence, who is
Fence, yeah.
not doing good again.
It
This
is not
fence
a
has-
defense system, I guess.
I wonder if this at some point will give up with this fence and just don't bother anymore, or if they will just put it there again and again and see how long it holds. Because this fence now has seen up close 2 static fires. And yes, I will still talk about the fence. I'm sorry. It's Mark asking, time for a stack? Trevor?
I don't know. It seems like SpaceX said that they were still doing analysis at the end where they were going to talk about engine count and just test duration later, which to me, at least I infer from that maybe it wasn't all 33, but it still seemed like a ton of engines, so I could easily be reading too much into that. So I don't know. I could easily see another static fire test, or I could easily see them thinking that today's test was good enough and moving on to launch countdowns because, I mean, it looked great. So
Yeah.
I think that as long as it did a full duration, right? It successfully met the test commit criterias, right? It was not like the previous one where they had many more engines, not like 4 engines, and that violated the criterias. So if it doesn't do that, then it is good for the launch. It's my guess.
yeah, full duration is a very, very good sign.
So that's also, I want to congratulate the painters of the OLM mount, who are once again seeing their job very, very future-proof here. We will probably see them roll out very, very soon in the next few days to repaint these legs. It's the safest job in Starbase. But yeah, I mean, at this point we expect. Don't read too much, by the way, into the OLM vent starting and stopping again from here on out. Basically, every single vent from here is not an indicator anymore. They're just going on and off. It just happens. And don't read too much into that. They're not recycling or anything. So that has to be said. They will not recycle here. Probably after static 33 engine or something in their static fire. I wanna hit some support here because we got a ton of support and we kind of stopped reading out the support here because we wanted to focus on this here. But I want to read out some here. Tim with a story message saying, "Thanks NSF, using bacon for my purchase is it's so much easier." We offer bacon as a payment method in the store. That's news to me. Connor also with the story message saying excitement guaranteed. Thank you for that, and also got the battle prints. Martin with a 10-pound super chat saying, "What temp is the LOX sub cool to? If kettle cooler uses 1 bar LN2, then it must be higher than 77 Kelvin. Falcon 9 pulls vacuum on the LN2 to achieve less than 70 Kelvin. So which is at in Boca Chica? Do we know which temperature the LOX here is?
I'm not fully sure. I'm not really sure. I don't know what temperature they
I
reach.
don't think
or
it was
anything like
ever confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Max here with a store message on free bought product in the store, getting the Raptor Wrangler shirt, which is a very good decision. Then also the Artemis 1 shirt, the For Fun edition with the funny names we put on there. That was a fun meeting. And also a concrete way to go sticker on the laptop or something like that. Thank you for that. Joe Raider with a $5 super chat saying, has a magnificent beard or bacon ever been in orbit in space? If not, Jack will be the first in both cases. There has been very magnificent beards, or like there have been beards in space, if I recall correctly. Although I'm not, there's probably has been bacon on the ISS, right? Like, there's no way that the ISS never had bacon. I don't think there's any way. But I don't have any way to confirm that yet. But I mean, they had some common products already on there, and I would imagine that that bacon was on that list. Pukali with a €5 super chat saying, do you think SpaceX will construct a second OLM at Starbase like in the animation? It's unclear right now, I think was our answer to that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we touched on that before.
Yeah,
That it isn't
it's
clear
not-
right now.
Huan Lumbers with a €6 and a €10 super chat saying SpaceX livestream confirms static fire in about 35 minutes. That's a bit trailing behind. Again, we stopped it. Does SpaceX have any backup in case the FTS does not trigger at all when needed? I think your backup to FTS is just make the FTS work.
Yeah, it's
And-
very redundant.
Yeah. The last time the problem was more that the rocket was too robust. So you charge the FTS and the tanks didn't like fully collapse. So that's what you don't want. Stephen Michael Lewis with a £5 super chat saying, thank you for everyone you do, guys. Another epic stream. Thank you so much. And then we have Sfera Serpendis with 5 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you for that. We have Joe with a store message saying, super heavy, full power, engage. That was correct. And also you got the very, very good choice, the Core of the Galaxy metal print. Gifted membership from Robert Bryn with 5 Red Team memberships gifted. And also, we just going through here, we have Shane O'Reilly with €5 super chat. Not sure if you mentioned it, but do we know why the engines were covered or wrapped? For protection. They wrapped them to protect them during transport, weather, which is probably a good idea. Tareen McH with a $10 super chat. What do you think the ratio of starships to booster builds will be going forward? Do you think they will build boosters at the Cape or starships only? Interesting question. What do we think for the starship to booster rate in terms of building process? Any of you two have a take on this?
I think we're gonna see a lot of ships and less boosters. Like probably 10, 50 times more ships than boosters.
It's about what I was going to say, but I wasn't going to go up to 50 times.
The reasoning
you
behind
could-
that is, yeah, I can explain why I mean that, because if you think about it, the ship needs to go into orbit and do its thing and then come back. And so minimum, at least, for it to come back, it's basically one whole orbit, which is 90 minutes. Whereas the booster can return back 8 minutes after the liftoff, right? And so just given that, gives you some sort of like idea that the ships are going to stay longer in space, right? They're going to do more things while boosters do their own stuff. And so you need more boosters. So the other way around, you need more ships per booster, because you have a booster that is now without a ship, that is on the pad, has come back from its mission, and now it doesn't have a ship. So you need a ship to put on top of the booster, right? And so I believe one of the early numbers from Elon, one of those crazy numbers that he usually tries to get out, is that they want the booster to be reused up to 1,000 times, which is like super crazy, but okay. And then the ship are basically around 100 times. So it's sort of like 10 times more ships, but they are reused 10 times less because they are in space and they do their own stuff, their own missions and everything, and they take time to do that.
Go. And we also have Duke Nukem. I do not think a video game character just gave a super chat to us, a $10 super chat. And also Don Robotham with a $19.99 super chat, both with no message attached. So thank you so much for that. And another 199 from Don Robotum saying, my donations today for the Danger Cam Fund. Thank you for that. Yeah, some of these cameras are certainly risking danger here. And Apocalypse Cow with a $10 super chat saying, next shirt, Texas Fence Watchers. So I will put it on the list. Let's say it like that. I will put it on the list. Okay. I believe, and I'm not sure if we are just ready yet, but I believe we are very close to showing you some replays here. Ah, there we go. Replay. This from the south angle, I believe. So let's hit it. Let's see what we can see on this replay. I want to point out again, it seems much more powerful
Not
to me.
to interrupt you, Adrian, but Elon Musk just tweeted successful Starship Super Heavy booster static fire.
There we go. Successful meaning probably a high number of engines, but he did say engines.
Yep.
So we at least know he considers it now successful, which probably means full duration. We'll probably wait a bit longer if we will see any engines, but successful sounds good to me.
Yeah,
Successful sounds promising.
that definitely implies to me that they're going to go into like full stack testing and then into a launch countdown and go from there.
I absolutely agree. And again, looking at that replay, I stand with my assessment. It looked much more powerful than the first static fire. Like, I think it's night and day in some. It's really the difference, because after the first static fire, I know we were sitting here like, huh, that was not that much, but this looked much more powerful, much more sustained. So yeah, that's good. It's good. We like long and good looking static fires. That's what we want to see here. We are also, of course, working on more replays. And once we have them ready, oh, I'm getting teased here and saying, want to see a replay that shows the power. Yes, I would like to see a replay that shows the power, Patrick. If you have that. Oh. Let's do this then. There we go. You can basically see a lot of dust. But these engines here, you can see deluge still, and at some point you see there. That's the moment the Raptors ignite. Wow. And you can also see that the Raptors don't ignite all at the same time, because you can already see something ignited on the left side, but nothing yet on the right. Right? So they ignite in phases or in stages, as is usually with these big rockets. They usually don't ignite all engines exactly at the same time. So
Yeah, I think generally there are 4 large sections of engines that they cycle between starting up. So I don't know the exact startup sequence, but it's generally in 4 main categories.
Yep. So yeah, I really like this so far. And again, they are proceeding to save the vehicle. You can now see the frost line on the liquid oxygen tank receding as they detank more and more on that. You can also see the recondenser system on the right side working full-time and overtime, that making sure to recondense as much of these propellants as they can possibly, because everything you recondense and put back into the tanks, you don't need to refill for the next test you're doing, which right now is probably either wet dress rehearsal or flight, which is crazy to talk about, because this like, we are close. We are close to flight. I mean, I have to say, I have to ask the question here. When do you guys think they will fly? Because at this point, we have to discuss it. It's the next major item. Trevor, when we will see the second flight?
I'm still thinking probably around late September. There is, even though we're close, there is still a lot of work to do. I'm sure there'll probably be some minor things they want to tweak on GSE or on the booster after today's test. I generally think they have to go through the engines and boroscope them to, make sure that they're all in good health after the static fire. And then on the ship side of things, right, we still haven't seen them completely close it out. I believe they still haven't installed the tiles over where the lifting points were. And then if they want to give it the paint job like 24 had, they would have to do that, which obviously isn't required. And then, of course, to go into full stack testing, which is probably going to start with a cryo test and then maybe have a wet dress rehearsal, and then from there go into launch sequence and start having some launch attempts. So I suspect that's probably 3 to 4 weeks of work, so mid to late September, but we'll see. Hopefully SpaceX proves me wrong and it's before that.
Yeah, I mean, the sooner the better, right? The sooner we get into the stage, the more happy I will be. But of course, there's also the regulatory side, and I know people probably once we go on the regulatory side will be not happy about the FAA. But remember, they're just doing their job to ensure that this flight is conducted in a safe way and manner, which is good. That's a good thing to have. Oh, there we go. Patrick guesses September 18th. I like this. We Patrick inserting his own opinion here on stream. The
The
power
thing
of
that
a
I'm most
producer.
surprised by is that September was spelled correctly.
Yeah. Oh, true. Congrats, Patrick. As this is a booster stream, have we ever seen the grid fins moving? There was some grid fin testing early today. I know that. I don't think during the countdown we saw something, but there was some grid fin testing early in the morning. So yes, they have also tested the grid fin system.
You know what they have tested just like a few minutes ago?
What?
They have tested the retraction of the QD arm, of the quick disconnect arm at liftoff speeds. So you can see there right now the quick disconnect arm is retracted. It has moved away from the tower. It was not like that during the static fire test. It was actually right next to the booster. And I'm mostly looking at it right now on Starbase Live. And if you scroll back a few minutes, you will see that arm basically moving away from the tower at liftoff speeds, basically at the same rotation speed that you will see for liftoff.
Yeah, shoutouts to one of our SPL operator Gage who spotted that. And in general, shoutouts to the SPL operator who spots so much, sees so much. They're kind of the eyes of Starbase Live. They just spot everything. Sometimes it's crazy what they see and how close they pay attention. So shoutouts to them a lot. And let's see, Dominic E here with a $5.65 super chat. I'm going to visit Starbase in September. Even more excited going there after today's static fire. I mean, depending on when you go, Dominic, you might be in luck. We'll see. David here with a store message saying, I love all the coverage. Thanks for keeping us up to date. And also attached to that store order is a Mac Diamond shirt. Very, very cool. I like that. Also, we can hear right now the CD lock subcooler going strong. Well, not going strong anymore, but in the process of calming down. But they still have some work to do today. Anonymous with store message saying, good looking test except for the sad fence. Indeed, that fence is certainly the only person that is not happy about these tests. Another retro shirt. I like this. It seems like people really enjoy the retro shirt, and I really like that. So we'll see. Okay. When do you guys think we will see a full stack? Who wants to sit into that and in that question first.
Yeah, I could tackle that if you want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I think first we gotta see Ship 25 to be fully ready. Right. Well, the only thing that we can see outside is the tiles on the nose cone, and they still haven't installed all of the thermal protection system tiles on the nose cone as of yet. It seems like they're taking their time. I wonder if that's because this time around they think it might actually re-enter. I'm not fully sure though. But they're definitely taking their time to get those tiles in and make sure that they fit and everything. Now, apart from that, I think once they do that, we'll probably see that roll out within a few days of that. At the rate that they're going, I'm seeing maybe Ship 25 is ready to roll out next weekend. So like not this week's weekend, but next week's weekend. Does that make sense? I hope so. And so once it
Yes.
rolls out, it'll get stacked, and then maybe a cry or two, and then off it goes to launch. Hopefully, cross our fingers, knock on wood, whatever.
Absolutely. Trevor, any take on when we... do you agree or have any different takes on... I have another question following up on this, but I will let you answer first.
No, I roughly agree with Alex's timeline.
Okay, here we go. And I'm looking forward to hearing your both answer on this. Do you think we will see a stack, then a destack to pull the pins, and then a stack again? Or will they pull the pins, stack, and launch?
Yeah, Chris actually asked the same question earlier, funnily enough. And since, booster or Ship 25 is basically the same as Ship 24, I would be shocked if there was a different process for that. So I would say, yeah, we'll see that.
Chris, I've been excited to shout out on NSF in the back channel. Sorry, I was just very excited about that comment. Yeah, we'll see. I'm looking forward to a full stack stream. I want to see, because we have not seen this prototype full stack yet. That's still missing on our checklist. So I'm looking forward. We're kind of spoiled with that on the earlier prototypes because we have seen them so many times stacked. But this so far has not been stacked. So we'll hopefully get that very soon, and then I hopefully get some nice photographer pictures from that. Photos, they're actually called. Photographer pictures are called photos, Adrian. That's English can be a hard language. So Logsline is continuing to recede. Yeah, let's talk a bit in depth about the potential wet dress rehearsal. I know we talked about it a bit earlier, but Victor Hugo also asking, is a wet dress rehearsal needed? So, Alex, how are you feeling about a wet dress rehearsal?
Well, it might not be fully needed, but I think maybe using that, at least some sort of cryo test or something might be good to just check out things. Because remember, that quick disconnect on the quick disconnect arm for the ship, it is pretty much new because it was extended for this addition of the hot stage ring, right? It was extended, it is sort of new, and yeah, it is pretty much something that I will at least be better if I tested it. If I were the ones doing that, obviously I'm not, so maybe they have other plans, but at least I will feel better if I tested that before the launch.
Trevor, how do you feel about wet dress rehearsal?
I am kind of the opinion that it's not super important at this point, because if they have approval, they may as well move into a launch attempt, and if they scrub, then just turn that into a wet dress rehearsal, so then you lose less propellant in the long run. So I personally don't think it's needed. However, if they have the time because they're held up by something else, you may as well conduct one because it can help them work through issues.
Yeah, I am of the opinion that they might skip it. I think they might get into a situation where they make...
Look at that. The chopsticks are moving.
Oh,
Very
are they?
slowly, you can see them. They're probably
Are they
going
getting
down.
ready for us? I mean, the next thing they would move for is stacking, right?
Most likely, right? Oh, they're also doing the purchase that I was talking about. I'm looking it up now on Starbase Live. They're doing
Oh yeah,
everything
you
at
can
once.
see them at the top.
the
Oh, true.
No, the engine purge.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought I
right
see
now the
something else. Okay, maybe.
chopsticks.
No, I see the shadow of the chopsticks on top. That's weird.
Yeah,
But yeah,
the
they're getting
chopsticks
the
are right now
chopstick. They're getting ready for stack. Like this is they're moving them to next thing, stack ship 25 on top booster 9. I mean, it has to be, right?
It might be. One of the things that we'll have to look for is those pins that are used to lift the ships to be released. I'm not sure that's gonna be a thing today though, but might be a thing that we'll see over the next few days.
This is fascinating. Like, they're moving so fast.
Yeah, we had a question before we didn't get to answer because there were many things going on about the speed of the chopsticks during a catch, and one of the things that needs to be said there is that the chopsticks are not meant to move during the catch. It's like, well, they need to close over the booster obviously, but they're not going to be moving wildly. It's not going to be some sort of like up and down and back and forth. Like, it's not something that they need to do in that sense. It's just like for Falcon 9, there's a landing pad, right? And then the landing legs touch down on that landing pad. For Super Heavy, the landing pad is just the chopsticks, and the landing legs are those little knobs at the top that it uses to sort of position itself onto the chopsticks. And so you gotta think about the chopsticks more as a landing pad rather than something actively catching the booster. And so they don't need to move that fast, actually. Just close in and let the booster go in between them.
Yeah, they will probably just move a few centimeters as the booster comes in to make sure the landing pins are aligned. That's it. I don't think they will do any more movement. Just basically closing because you need to open them a bit, and as soon as the booster is between them, they close so the landing pins can be used.
Exactly.
That's all the movement they will do.
People saying full stack tomorrow. those are really, really, wild bets.
I mean, it's not unlikely. Between the rollout and the stacking of booster on placing of booster on the orbital launch mount, I think it was 7 hours.
Well, I would like to see first ship 25 being finished. So as I was talking about before, they're still taking their time to finish that TPS, but we'll see. The sooner the better for me, at least.
It's certainly not impossible, I would say, that they will do it over the weekend. I wouldn't, if like somebody told me right now, hey, they will have a full stack on Sunday, I wouldn't be like, nah, that's impossible. I could see it. And I mean, the chopsticks here, they are certainly moving away from their we are in a static fire launch simulation campaign mode. They are now moving into stacking. Like, this is the position they will now close, and once they're closed, they will probably go down all the way down to the chop stops. That's a technical term. Chop stops.
That was coined by our own DAS, because I once mentioned that the bottom of the tower had that stop for the chopsticks, and so it was like, oh, it's the chop stop. So now it sticked.
Yep, I totally very, very much use that phrase from now on. I think I once got it even into Starbase Update, which of course is Alex and my favorite hobby, because Alex and I write a lot of scripts for NSF, and we sometimes get to get hosts to say funny words. Sometimes it's the fun of a script writer. It's very low key fun. I don't think a lot of people would see it as fun entertainment, but for a script writer, it's hilarious.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I was doing something yesterday. It was another script for today's This Week in Spaceflight episode, which was fun. There's some puns in there. I think Sawyer will be proud.
Nice. Yeah, it's the best. I love it. It's the best. It's the best thing. Yeah. Also, I want to point out. Yes, we are also working on a replay video. It's everything is coming up. We are basically firing on all cylinders here in
Yeah.
the background
And
to
we're still
make sure we are
seeing-
getting stuff ready.
Yeah, we're still seeing also that testing of the purge vents there. There's sometimes like venting and things like that. It is definitely a really interesting system that they have there. As Trevor mentioned before, it's sort of like its own fire extinguisher. It will be funny if they use also CO2 as well, like the fire extinguishers in real life. That will be interesting. But yeah.
Can we
also
put
the
the
chopsticks
Mechazilla
moving.
Dino on a shirt? Every time I see the shot, I just look at the Mechazilla, the dinosaur on the right, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I wanna put that on a shirt. It's like the Cybertruck shirt with the cracked window. This is the OLEM equivalent. It's I like it. I love it. Okay. Let's see. I'm looking forward to the chopsticks coming down now, because I think that will happen next. And also there we can see the OLM, the lower event being doing their purge again. Again, that booster is still working. Like, this is not a situation where everybody at SpaceX suddenly relaxes and be like, okay, job done. Now we just click the save detank button, and everything is good to go. This is a very still in-action operation. They still need to make sure everything is going well. And yeah, this would be the saddest way to lose a vehicle during detanking. So that's why they're probably right now extra careful to make sure that this is going well. Why do people use fences when the OLM paint is far more durable? Maybe they should paint the fence in with the OLM paint.
Use the paint.
It's hilarious. I love your chat sometimes. It's amazing. Did the lag camera survive this time?
The chopsticks are going down.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh.
So yeah, that's positive.
There they go. Yeah, I mean, there we go. They are preparing the stacking. Can we? Okay, I know this is me being paranoid, but can we just quickly go to the production site and have a look if chip 25 is very much not moving? I know this is me being paranoid, but at this point, I am just... SpaceX makes me nervous and gives me trust issues. That's my life. Okay, ship 25 is not moving. Alex, do you want to point out to us which one is ship 25?
Yeah, so of all the buildings there, the one on the left that is being constructed and everything, that's where all of the ships are located. There's actually, I think there's one lift right now up to the lift points on ship 25. You can see some sort of like long beam kind of looking thing. That's actually a lift up on ship 25. It seems like it is definitely one of those lifting points where they have to fill in. Oh, thank God we have that enhanced there. But yeah, and so that is ship 25. Right behind it is ship 26 and ship 20. The one on the right there is ship 28, which is receiving engines right now. And of the boosters there, it's booster 4 right behind, and then in the foreground is booster 11. So we have a really fully rocket garden there. Yeah.
Absolutely. So thanks for that. There's probably that one worker who worked on these TPS tiles all week, and they were making, and Alex and I joked about that a lot, they were making very slow progress on the TPS tiles. And probably that worker was just now told, okay, we static fire booster 9, we would roll out ship 25 like in a bit. And he was like, yeah, sure. And now he's like quickly pushing the TPS tiles into place or something. Okay. I think we have another replay here ready. So there we go. Oh, that's gonna be an interesting angle. Let's hit this replay. This tower is like what 100, almost 140, 100, like 140 meters tall. You can it really puts in perspective how big these plumes are, and these dust clouds and everything. And also, I want to point out, in comparison to the last static fire, which mainly had these more vapor clouds, we also see dust this time again. Like these dirt clouds a bit again, which were not really there for the last test. So it seems there's a bit more dirt in the air this time. But during a liftoff, we might even be able to see the rocket, and it would not be fully covered by a giant smoke. So that would be nice, I guess. Chopsticks also at this point have reached booster height and are still going down in all their speed and might. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Did you notice the missing paint on the tower? Yes, we even gave it a name. It's the Mechazilla dinosaur. I gave it a name. Okay, let's see. Do you think they're getting ready to stack for ship 25? We have really never seen the chopsticks move right after a test, at least not to my knowledge. I'm right now thinking if we have never seen the chopsticks move right after a test. Like, this seemed fast. I will say it like that. But I will not guarantee that this has never happened in the history of Starbase, that we have seen chopsticks move so quickly after a test. Because there has been too many tests at this point that I might have forgotten. So, Alex, do you remember anything like that?
We've seen them moving the chopsticks right after a test, but it was mostly because that meant that they were not going to be testing anymore. For example, for this booster during the spin prime, we didn't see the chopsticks moving because they were going to be doing another test, which we saw today, right? But now we don't expect any more testing, right? So it makes sense to just remove the chopsticks from up there and leave them down and get ready for that ship 25 stacking, hopefully in a few days.
Absolutely. And also, I think, yeah, the ship QD is moving in again. So, yeah, ship QD is also going in again. Let me hit some of the other support things here. Because we got so much support, and I want to make sure we thank people here. We have Ryan with a $4.99 super chat saying, "Do you think we will see SpaceX use gaseous LOX and methane to spin up engines in the future? There's no helium on Mars." That's, good question.
Yeah, so right, this is a way of starting up engines known as bootstrapping, and I know like they do this on at least on the RS-25, I believe they do, and then Terran 1, I believe, is bootstrapped, which is where you use some of the heat that's already in the pumps or in the engine just from them being around room temperature to start the engine. And it's definitely a very difficult thing to do, and what makes it even more difficult is the fact that right, Raptor is full flow. So I would imagine that SpaceX would move to trying to start with liquid nitrogen before, with gaseous nitrogen before trying to do it with CH4 and LOX, but I don't know for sure.
There we go. Yeah, it's and right now they're using helium, of course, to spin it up. And it's an interesting question because helium would actually be kind of hard to get on Mars, right? So it's certainly a very valid question. We'll see how they tackle it. But of course, that only comes once they're getting close to to Mars. And I mean, let's be real, that's probably a good chunk of years away. So, yeah. SpaceX Sammy saying, don't forget to watch out for the vent volume after the static fire. Love your all's coverage and look forward to it every time we reach another milestone. Yes, we try. It's the range of audio levels in Starbase can be hard because you want to make sure that all of you hear the vents that are going on in the tank farm, but that might be too loud for the static fire, and you have a lot of different levels where you need to make sure that the audio is balanced for. So yeah. Chase Mac with a $5 super chat saying, can SpaceX turn on the big fans so we can see the light show? But seriously, good step in good SpaceX fashion. Go Deluge, go Raptor. Thanks for the coverage, NSF. Yeah, some giant fans that just blow away the gas there would be very, very nice. Musical Wolves with a $4.99 super chat saying, woke up finding a static fire soon. Wake up and smell the excitement. Yeah, I'm glad you just got here in time to see it. Matt Hill with a $4.99 super chat saying, looks like SpaceX is doing a live stream as well. I just got a notification from my channel. Yes, they did. Peter College with becoming a Red Team member. White Rabbit with becoming a Red Team member. Duck Core Red Team member. Chris M becoming a Red Team member. Oscar becoming a Red Team member. Ben Lake becoming a Pad Red member. Josh becoming a Pad Red member. Thomas Heckle becoming a Pad Red member. Robbie Z becoming a Pad Red member. Thank you all so much for that support. It really helps us out. And let's see.
I gotta say
ahead.
something just before you continue. This morning you tweeted that you were expecting sort of like the static fire maybe being between 12:30 and 13:30, aka 1:30 p.m. It was at 12:36.
I take that.
Yeah, take that, because
I mean, to be
got it
fair,
really good.
I want to give you credit as well because again, I know I'm initially known as the spreadsheet guy here, but Alex and I are basically knowledge gathering in team at this point. We are just bouncing off ideas of each other and impressions and looking at things, and it really helps because it makes it way more exciting if you're doing this with 2 people instead of 1. So yeah, we were both very focused on that time frame this morning. And to be fair, in the middle of the countdown, we all both thought, it might be later. We'll see. But then SpaceX surprised us. So we'll see. Joseph F with a $5 super chat saying, tracking dishes are where? Gone is, I think, the answer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It seems like they're no longer using it. Of course, they could be replaced, we don't know, but the tracking dishes have been removed. Todd with a story message just saying, full stack! I agree. That would be nice. Also, ordering the Starbase retro shirt. Very, very good decision. Paul Truman becoming a Pad Red member. Thank you for that. Charlie getting a store message here with, thanks for providing a great opportunity to view this exciting content. Thanks for viewing this exciting content with us. That's another part of this. It would be very, very boring if we just sit here talking to ourselves for 5 hours and getting not any questions, not any interactions. So you're all being here with us and watching really makes this exciting. That's another part of this. Like we just want to make this exciting together with you. Austin with a $5 tip using tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, I think S25 will roll out tomorrow because of this test. That's a guess to have. I don't think it's a bad guess. I don't think it's certainly likely. I think it's a bad one. Swanland Pictures with a gifted membership of 1 rep team. Thank you for that. Dalton with a store message. The sky's the limit for Starship. Unfortunately, I'm running out of wall space for the awesome prints. That's a good problem to have. And I'm glad you like our metal print so much and also got the Core of the Galaxy. That's such a good choice. Eric with a store message here. Thank you so much for your hard work and live coverage of Boca Chica Starship production site. I watch almost every day on YouTube. Greetings from Eric, the Netherlands. Eric, thank you for supporting us through the store and being with us here today. Also getting the retro pin. Thank you so much. And at this point, the LOX tank seems to be half empty, I would say.
Yeah, it's getting down that level of frost. Speaking of down, the chopsticks are completely down as well now. And the QD arm is on its position, the normal position for fueling.
And the chopsticks are the stops.
Yeah. One little thing, this is sort of like a new thing that they have introduced for the second flight, is that you know how the quick disconnect for the booster has that hood? You know, that drops down and sort of closes it and gets it close for liftoff. The QD arm has the same thing. It's just like more like a door that closes it when it retracts and pulls out from the ship. It's really, really cute little thing there. And they have for protection. Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, it's cute.
It was just there. The Sawyer somewhere at the Cape getting ready probably for our crew coverage is getting very excited right now about that joke. I also want to point out again that while we were doing this, there's also another part of the NSF stream who is right now at the Cape preparing everything for Crew 7 needed, because of course we will also broadcast that one. So just want to point that out, that is also part of this today. We are not done as NSF here for today, even after this. And we are still a bit more here to go. And Crew 7 is still coming up later. So, just to give you an outlook here, maybe, about content that is coming your way from NSF in the next, I think, 12 hours. Even that is giving you a good overview. We will have This Week in Spaceflight coming up very, very soon, which we will release, where you can catch up on India's success on landing on the moon and much more. We also have the fast turnaround video of the static fire, which we will release today, which you can use to watch the static fire of every single angle you want to do. So that's also coming out. And also we have the Crew 7. The Crew 7 stream coming up in, what is it, 9 hours? About 9 hours, I think.
12. I have, we go live earlier. Yeah, we go live about 4 hours before that launch, yeah.
Yeah, so we have quite a busy schedule. And I also want to announce that on this week's NSF Live, because I think we can also announce that, because I feel like I can announce that. So on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on NSF Live, we will have Ashley Vance as a guest. So if you wanna have questions and chat with Ashley Vance, this week's NSF Live is your place to be. So there's a lot of content.
Of the Elon book?
Yep. So loads of content here going around at NSF.
That's gonna be nice.
And if you're ever, maybe you're like, who is Ashley Vance? If you're maybe like, why should I be excited for that? I want to point out that he's a writer, and he has not only written a book about Elon Musk, which is Tesla, SpaceX, and the quest for a fantastic future, which probably a lot of you have maybe listened to or read, but also the new book of him, When the Heavens Went on Sale. That's another new book about the new space race of the commercial sector. So we will talk about that a lot, and I'm looking forward to that chat. And yeah, loads of content coming up here. So we will see. Chopsticks are down. QD is back. We are seeing the Alex, why are the subcoolers still going on the lock side a bit? What's going on there?
Well, they're draining back the propellants right now, right? And so they basically they take the same route as they go out to the vehicle, but back. It's basically the same, but in reverse. So instead of They use the same lines. It's not like there's a different set of lines or anything like that. So you see those subcoolers are still cold and still rusty from that. Because right now they are loaded with liquid nitrogen, and inside them there's like on each side there's either kind of propellant going back into the ground tanks, and so that is one of the things that that's why it is like that.
And I believe we have potentially another replay angle here. Oh, wait. Can we just go to the total again? Because we see another big purge here from the booster.
The purge. That's really cool. So this is something that I've actually seen. They might have actually used during the static fire. So it is something that will probably be totally new for the launch, for the second launch. We're gonna see that booster not only coming out with fire from underneath, but also probably with like venting from the engine section. It's gonna be cool if you think about it. Ice and fire. It's some sort of like Game of Thrones thing, right? I haven't seen that series, but yeah.
Well, so every time somebody blames me for not having seen something, I think not having seen Game of Thrones also is at least a decent. So I just want to point that out. For once, I'm on the other side because I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those things.
All good. I'm more a fantasy person. Let's hit the replay, Patrick. Let's get it on with the replay. Here we go. Another angle wide shot here.
I think this one might show the purge.
Oh yeah.
Let's wait.
You think so, Alex?
Wait. Oh, look at that. We have our own play-by-play. Yeah, I see them firing. Like right as the engines come up, that sort of flow.
I think it might also be just the shockwave from the engines.
No, but I think later after the ignition.
Oh yeah,
there you can see.
There
it is. Those
there it
vents
is.
coming
You
out.
can see the engine, like the purge of the engine section.
That's what we should expect on launch. It's my thinking here that we're gonna see those purge and look at the shockwave. Look at that.
Yeah.
From the engines
but you can
igniting.
see them. You can see very distinguished that's coming out like these there. That's like there's one frame with there. The next frame.
Yeah.
Sorry. There's like one frame where you can see it really coming out of all of these holes. So that frame, exactly that frame. That's so cool to see. So that's
gonna be so cool seeing that in action during launch.
Oh yeah, it will be on during the whole launch probably, right?
Yeah. It will probably be on for like the 2.5 minute ascent of the booster.
That's so amazing. It's such an amazing thing to see. But really, really cool. Glad that we could show that here. Thank you, Patrick. Let's just show it, like 1 or 2 more times because we can also look at other things here. Not that much flying around. We don't see. There's a few parts flying around, but it's not that bad.
Someone saying in the comments, need a high-speed camera. I wonder. See, you can see the purge is still going. You can see it like going out from above the deck, right as the cloud cleared. It is amazing.
Good catch, Alex. That's an amazing thing to see.
It reminds me. Someone actually pointed this out. It reminds me of the Trivent era. You remember?
Oh yeah.
It kind of looks like that.
And then we had the double vent era, right? The tri-vent became a double vent.
The bi-vent and the tri-vent.
Oh god, all the ship vents that we tracked. That was a wild time.
Yeah.
Good time.
Here you can see as it clears, you can see that purge overflowing from above the deck, and then it recedes and disappears.
Amazing.
It's amazing.
That's really, really cool. Very, very, very interesting insight to see there, because that really underlines the very likely theory of this being the the engine area purge. So that's really nice. And I'm looking forward to see that in operation during launch. We probably get the final confirmation once SpaceX calls out the system on air, maybe. That would be, I think, the final knowledge that we would get, that we're like, yeah, okay, it's that. Aaron Colley here with a $5 super chat. That's perfect painting of our... I'm not sure. It just needs a clear code. I'm not sure what this message means. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh, you mean the dinosaur. That's his name. Or... Because, yeah. But, yeah, the pet dinosaur. I love it. Jonathan with a $2.50 super chat saying, why the Lox Pond versus just venting to the air? Why the Lox Pond, Alex?
Well, it is mostly to remove all of that liquid oxygen from underneath the engine section and not and avoid the sort of explosion that we saw from Booster 7 a year ago already. Man, time flies.
Also, James here getting something from the store saying, thanks for the incredible coverage, thanks for being with us, and also thanks for getting the mousepad from the retro collection. That's a very good choice. And Herman Rivero here with a super chat saying, thanks for these streams, NASASpaceflight. If Elon could launch today, he would do it. If everything goes as scheduled, they will launch between the 31st and the 7th. They will not. Right now, the net launch date is the 8th. The 8th is right now the planned net launch date, based on marine notices. So, yeah, this is absolutely cool test so far. And again, from what we can tell, this test was very much successful. Elon confirmed it's successful, and they will probably, with the chopsticks going down, I think that's the final indicator that next up will be stacking. Next up will be the stacking of Ship 25 on Booster 9, and with that, the path to a second launch of Starship in a few weeks will be clear. That's just amazing to say. I love to say it.
I'm definitely going to be clinging to SPL, like going to be keeping an eye on those chopsticks that they release those pins for the ships.
Absolutely.
For lifting ships and see what happens.
I'm very much looking forward to it. And I mean, it's going to be an exciting few weeks. We have a lot of things we want to show you all here and make sure you're with us here for the ride, because we will make sure that if you're here on this channel, then you will always be very much up to date about Starship. I want to thank some people here. I want to first off thanks Alex for being with us today here.
Really appreciate to be around you all and commentating these exciting tests today.
Yep, I'm very excited about this test as well. Trevor, thanks for being with us here as well for 4 hours, I think.
Yeah, of course. It was awesome to see a successful test, and let's hope that we're on some full stack testing streams soon.
Yep, I agree. Earlier we had Chris Bergen around here, NASASpaceflight Actual, who jumped into the commentary for an hour to give me a short break, which was very appreciated. Thanks for that, Chris. Of course, doing the whole time in the scene in the background was Patrick Kuhun, who was managing all of this and making sure that we get the nice views. And again, shout out to Patrick for making sure that we get these very cool static fire visuals, because that was a very cool visual on stream. So with that, we saw a probably successful static fire of Booster 9 of 30-ish engines. We are still waiting for final confirmation. And next up is probably, or most likely, I would say, the stacking of Ship 25 on Booster 9. And once that has happened, we are looking at either a wet dress rehearsal, or we are looking at a launch, which is right now net the 8th of September based on marine notices. So we are right now at the end of this stream, but that doesn't mean we don't have any more content I wanna make sure you see from us today. And that is, of course, our newest episode of This Week in Spaceflight, which which should be out in a very, very short manner from now. There we go. You can already see this interesting countdown animation by YouTube going on here.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, so we will all throw you to this countdown of This Week in Spaceflight, and you can watch everything that's going on here, including India's success on the moon and much more. So, thanks for watching again, and we will see you in the chat for This Week in Spaceflight, where you can watch it with all of us. Bye-bye.